Okay. Bye. Hello, hello. Okay. सरस्वती वंदना सबसे पहले सरस्वती वंदना स्लाइड्स रहेंगे.
चल रहा है 1 2 3 करके देख लो. इसको तो मिनिमाइज कर दो.
पहले कार्डियोलॉजी शुरू करेंगे, उससे पहले सरस्वती वंदना. हेलो
अभी तो उनकी स्पीचेस भी आएंगे.
सरस्वती वंदना
उनकी स्पीचेस कहाँ हैं?
नहीं,
डॉक्टर पद्मा. मैम आपका स्पीच डाल दिया सर. आपने स्पीच डाल दिया.
इसे ऑफ कर लो मैम, आवाज़ जाएगी.
Can we start, sir?
Start with. It's a very happy occasion. It's a very happy occasion that we all meet. In a very happy occasion to celebrate our Foundation Day, which was laid by Dr. Sanjeeva Reddy, the late President of India, in the year 1978, we gather here today for our Foundation Day celebrations of the Cardiac and the Neuro Centre. The vision of Dr. Balram Bhargava, the Chief of the Cardiac Centre, as well as Dr. Padma, the Chief of the Neuro Centre, coming together to give us each one a celebration of the triumphs, the tribulations, the infights, the losses and the successes that we've shared in the last few years. But I want to ask myself, Professor Poonam Malhotra Kapoor, who's been the professor for 25 years working and serving in cardiac anesthesia, AIIMS Cardiac CN Centre, and co-hosting with you, Professor Ashish Suri. Ashish, welcome.
Yeah, hi. Good morning. I'm Dr. Ashish Suri. I came as a student here in 1994. It's my 30th year, and I'm a neurosurgeon by profession. And this welcome to you to all to this Foundation Day. You know, do you think what is the similarity? You see all these banners, the heart and the brain shaking hands together. They are pretty far away in the body. Why are they together?
Okay, before I tell you my very scientific reason, and the scientific reason is, I personally believe in the mind-body-soul interactions of life. For us to be in a steady state of flow, it is the mind which may rule the heart, or the heart which may rule the mind at different times of our lives. But if we are not in coherence and the heart and the mind are not together, there is anarchy in the body. So to maintain semblance and coherence in the body, we need to be a center together. And I think that's what the forefathers thought when they brought about the cardiac and the neurosciences together under one center. What's your opinion, Ashish?
That's a very philosophical and a very scientific. I give a very devil's advocate and a very humor thing about it. I feel there are only two deaths: the cardiac death, the asystole, and the brain death. There's no other death. So I think that is one reason which I feel that they need to be together. Second, I feel that they both are autonomous. Brain is autonomous and heart is autonomous. So are the centers and the people which we are training from here. They become actually autonomous. So we have to be together.
So when the sympathetic takes over the parasympathetic, and sometimes when the parasympathetic takes over the sympathetic, whom do you think is the ruler, the heart or the brain?
Well, I think the both are the slaves to the soul.
Wow, that is very beautifully said. I think both of them are slaves to the soul. And to achieve salvation and perfection, to reach our gods and to do our karmas right, there is no better institution than All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And having learnt it and dreamt it, when I was an MBBS student at Maulana Azad, I always dreamt living opposite in Kidwai Nagar, when will I be a professor here? And the day came when I did become a professor, but at the end of the day, it was just to learn from our gurus, our legends, who had struggled much more than us, so we could make and work in the doins of the theatres as well as the ICUs with as much ease. And if you'll hear each one of them here, their struggles were umpteen and Herculean. So I think for this reason we are celebrating this today after so many years of its inception.
Thank you, Poonam. I think, but why Poonam? I think the cardiology, we started in the 58, CTVS in 63, and in 65 the neurosurgery and neurology taken. And Papa Neuron, Dr. Baldev Singh started neurology in 15 years before, 5 years before I was born, and I had my first neuron actually. So why this 45 years delay in having a foundation day now? What is your thoughts on that?
I look at it, I think that those were our teenage years. These are our mature years. And when adulthood and maturity seeps in, it's time for us to live together, work together, and celebrate our triumphs and successes. Hence the togetherness today.
Well, my take is on, there's an evolution, and I think there is a celebration. This evolution is, when you're young, the heart and the brain are on their own. They have their own journeys. The heart has its own journeys. The brain has its own journeys. And when you mature, they actually find a lot of commonalities. Second, I think it's a time to celebrate, because I was going through the Newsweek list over the last 4 years, and cardiology, CTVS, neurology, neurosurgery, assisted by the cardiac radiology, cardiac anesthesia, and neurology, neuroanesthesia, and neuropathology, are the top 4 specialities and the best hospitals in the world, in the Newsweek, the best hospital in the world, in the top 100 actually. And they're the only Indian hospital centers who are in that. So I think we need to celebrate this time together. Thank you very much.
We begin with invocations from Goddess Saraswati, the goddess of education, wisdom, purity. May it fill and may it evacuate each and every evil from our body and bring together peace, harmony, and a steady state of flow, so that we work as one and our struggles with our egos, with our failures, becomes a success. So let's start with the Saraswati Vandana in the name of Ma Saraswati, for which I would request all the dignitaries on the dais, our respected director, Dr. M. Srinivas, Dr. S.C. Manchanda, our chief guest for today from the Cardiac Sciences, Professor P.N. Tandon, our chief guest from the Neurosurgery Sciences, the only lady on the dais with Dr. Madhuri Bihari, Dr. Sneh Bhargava, Madam, and Dr. Banerjee is here. May I request all the dignitaries to please come up for the lamp lighting, and may we have the Saraswati Vandana.
निहन्त्री च चामुण्डा चाम्बिका तथा मुण्डकाय प्रहरणा धूम्रलोचनमर्दना सर्वदे.
With those blessings from Ma Saraswati, let's move on to what our performers for today and who've been manning our cardiac neuro centers as chief admins, as chief guides, as chief leaders in the last few years. I would want to invite them one by one. Since the heart comes and C comes before the neuro, I would request Professor Balram Bhargava, our Chief for the Cardiothoracic Centre, to come up and tell us the history of the Cardiothoracic Centre, how it came up, what were the struggles, what are our achievements, and where is the future for us. Dr. Balram Bhargava joined as the chief last year after completing a very successful tenure as the DG ICMR of ICMR, and he worked the way along with a lot of good people from ICMR and AIIMS for the success of COVID and kept us all protective in India from the COVID onslaught. His one-year tenure is remarkable. Not only the renovations of the entire center, we have, after maybe 40 years, our chief center stage offices as well as where the staff sits being renovated, a task which would have meant a demolition of the whole building. But somehow in the last 3 months, the way he made everyone work day and night and the way everyone cooperated, I think it is a very, very far visionary and a leader-like approach. I request him to come up and talk to us about how the inception of Cardiothoracic Centre started.
Thank you so much, Poonam. Thank you so much, Poonam. I hope I can give some story of what is going on, what has happened in the last so many years. Can we shut that door, please? And that door, please? The last two. Someone? Yeah. So, before we start, I just want to say, आज 400 वर्ष हैं संवत 1680 के, और संवत 1680 गंग के तीर थे तुलसीदास जी, और तुलसीदास जी संवत 1680 के 400 वर्ष, तुलसीदास जी के गुरु का नाम था नरहरिदास। तो पहले मैं एक छोटी सी वंदना अपने सब गुरुओं को करना चाहूँगा। वंदो गुरु पद कंज कृपा सिंधु नर रूप हरि, दे आर God in the form of human beings. So that is the vandana to them, and we start with that and try to give a perspective on where we stand, where the blood, sweat, tears and toil of all of you has made this center where we are today. So first of all, welcome home to AIIMS. This is welcoming you all. This is your home. This has been your home. This will always be your home. And we all cherish every moment that you come here, every second that you come here and come to bless us. I'd also like to welcome our beloved director, who has taken the mandate of taking this institute into the 21st century in a real mission mode, and he has been working tirelessly 24/7, 365 to improve and get back the glory that you people had established here. So this is what it takes to be India's best public hospital, the government-run hospital with 3,000 beds, treating 3.5 million people, achieving mortality and infection rates compared to the best facilities in the developed world for a fees to come to about $1 a day per patient. The whole world is baffled. How we manage it, how we do it. I find it an enigma how it is done, and that is because of the dedication of the staff, the residents, the nurses, the ancillary staff of this great institution with this center. And the question again, how did we achieve this? As I mentioned, the blood, the sweat, the tears and toil of more than 70 years that has led to this. The vision of the first health minister of India, Rajkumari Amrit Kaur ji, was to make India self-sufficient in postgraduate medical education. That was the main mandate, to make India self-sufficient in postgraduate medical education. In 1950, we had the IIT Kharagpur that was established. 1956, the All India Institute of Medical Sciences was established, and we can see that 1961, we have the Indian Institute of Management of Calcutta established. And now we have at least 20 of each of these, 20 of IITs, 20 of All India Institutes, 20 of the AIIMS across the country, making India self-sufficient in all kinds of postgraduate education, not only medical education. So what I am trying to, I will not talk much about the history, but I will just lay this, the carpet for what happened and what did possibly these champions faced in the 60s and 70s and 80s before this center was set up. So in the 60s, we had just achieved independence. India was a young, fledgling country, aspiring nation. We have the Howrah Bridge there, and we have, the films which are there. We can all see how we were trying to develop as a brilliant, vibrant democracy, trying to showcase to the world, getting out of the shackles of the colonial rule for more than 200 years. So we were all buoyant, vibrant, trying hard. There was a grand vision of cardiac care. We had these leaders, and out of these 4, we have only one who is still with us, Professor M.L. Bhatia, who will be talking to us by a pre-recorded message, hopefully later in the day. We had the Professor Sujoy Roy, who was handpicked by the then health minister, brought back from Harvard to set up the cardiology department in 1958. We had Dr. Gopinath, who was called from Vellore to set up the cardiac surgery program, again handpicked by Dr. Sujoy Roy. Then you have Dr. M.L. Bhatia, Dr. Tandon, who came back from the US after having done a lot of work on congenital heart disease. But suddenly what happened? We were all positive, we wanted to set up a huge country, but then we had the 62 war. We all know about the 62 war, which was quite embarrassing for the nation. We all know that the Chinese fire on Indian troops, many dead in clash of Nathula. We all have visited Nathula Pass on our LTC, I presume we all have. Strategic point because it is meeting point of borders of Nepal, Myanmar, Bhutan, China, India, and Bangladesh. So that is important as far as that. And more important to remember, in 1976, Kingdom of Sikkim became the 22nd state of India, and this all happened in front of us. We had tough times. We had shortage of food grains. We had the Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan movement. Then we had the Pokhran blast. We had the Jai Vigyan, and more recently the Jai Anusandhan movement by the leadership. Quality care was very limited in the 60s. There was only 4 operation theatres in All India Institute at the old OT block. Those 4 operation theatres, 1 operation theatre was shared between neurosurgery and cardiothoracic surgery in the 1960s. And there were 4 beds post-ICU, 2 for the patients and 2 for the surgeons to be there overnight. And I think Professor Tandon will tell more detail about this story, how this happened in those 60s when they worked so hard. There were no inotropes, no vasodilators, no compressed air, no piped gases, no ventilators, no incubators, bulky arterial pressure monitoring, only grit and commitment, and most importantly, the determination of our teachers. Thank you so much, all of you, for working so hard for all of us and for the generations and for the nation. We had tumultuous times again, 60s still happening. We'd just had an embarrassing defeat with China. We had the Indo-Pak War in 65. We were talking about a white revolution, and you can see this. I've just taken the liberty of putting one Prime Minister's photograph in this, particularly because he was the one who taught us how to be frugal, how to live and manage with missing a meal. And we know the Public Law 480 plan, we know the Colombo plan, and all of you know about the Department of Science Technology, where during the Colombo plan, we were begging for food. We didn't have food grains in this country, and we got food grains from the US, from Australia. एकदम लाल गेहूं था, उससे रोटी भी नहीं बनती थी, and that was given to us as in a very insulting manner. And you know where the food grains were stored? I do not know if anyone has visited the Department of Science Technology. There is a Hall J, which was a makeshift sort of a hall, that is where all the food grains were stored. Hall J in the Department of Science Technology on Mehrauli Road, where all the food grains were stored. But today, we are the largest exporter of food grains in the world. We don't look back, and we are the largest producer of rice in the world, and that is history, so let's not forget about that. The focus on science still remained. We had a leadership at that time and follow suit, who were committed to science, and ISRO was born in 1969, and then at the 60s in the centers, there was hard work and very quiet progress. The very first cardiac pacemakers, the first open heart surgeries was done in the 60s, and we will hear from some of our senior colleagues who will talk about how that was done. The very first cardiac pacemaker was implanted again by Professor M.L. Bhatia, one of the first surviving of our first generation of people who set up the Cardiothoracic Centre, and that patient went on well for a year and a half, and then ultimately succumbed to miliary tuberculosis, which still remains a challenge in our country. We need to catch that bull by the horns. So the 60s, we saw critical care and cutting-edge research. The first cardiac catheterization laboratory in the nation was established. We had hemodynamic evaluation. Juvenile mitral stenosis was described for the first time. We had just come out of two wars, the 62 war, the 65 war, and high-altitude physiology was an important area, and we have the doyen of that, Professor Manchanda, sitting here, how immediately circulatory response to high-altitude hypoxia in man was documented, scientifically established, and conveyed not only to the science and the people in India, not only to the troops in India, but to the world across, how to adjust to acute mountain sickness and high-altitude pulmonary edemas. Seminal papers were published contributing to literature in the world. We started the DM cardiology course in 1961 with Professor J.S. Guleria, the senior Professor Guleria, passing out in December 1963. We had Professor M.L. Bhatia passing out in December 65, and then 66, the MCH in cardiac surgery with Professor K.S. Dave and S.K. Khanna as being the first few students. Now more challenges. Now 60s have gone. We've heard more stories about that. In 70s, we won a war. We were again upbeat after we were able to establish East Pakistan as Bangladesh, and we had the first, we were a member of the elite few who had the nuclear capabilities for peaceful purposes. We had the Operation Smiling Buddha, again on the birthday of Gautam Buddha on the 18th of May, that we had this explosion. Aryabhat was launched, focus remained on science, and we had the satellite which was launched in 1975. And if you look back, it's more than 58 years back. A platform was being laid down for all of us at that point in time by the people who have worked and set up things for us where we were able to work on and build on. More advanced cardiac surgery was being done, disposable extracorporeal circuits, the first tilting disc valve. Before that, it was all Bjork-Shiley valves, the ball and cage valves, which were being implanted most places of the world, but the first tilting disc valves were started, and complex congenital heart surgeries were being done. Through a MEGA grant, again, from the same DST where the grains were stored, from the PL480 program, the same DST, Department of Science Technology, came to our rescue, gave 1.2 crore DST grant to start the bypass surgery program in 1979. This grant was there. Then the story about the genesis of the center will be talked about, and I don't want to say it was a 14 saal ka vanvas. They started in 1964, and if you look at the encircled part, 1973, proposal put on hold on the agenda of Finance Committee. No action could be initiated due to lack of funds. Lack of funds was cited in 1973 that it could not be set up, but ultimately the persistence, the tenacity of the people behind at the helm of affairs were able to establish this center, and this center was born on the 14th of April 1978 at the cost of 1.8 crore rupees. At that time, crore was not used. 188.7 lakhs of rupees were spent to set up this center. This was the model of that center, and today, this is how it looks as we see, as a drone flies, we see the center, the pink building, and the Cardioneuro tower, which is clearly visible. In the 80s, what happened was angioplasty and bypass surgery. First angioplasty, RCA post-MI patient with a DJ balloon was done, and angioplasty and bypass surgery became routine. We did not have to travel abroad for bypass surgery or angioplasty. We had a famous doctor from Bombay who used to take patients, Professor B.K. Goel, and take all the celebrities for surgeries to Texas Heart Institute. That was put to an end to a certain extent. He was always sporting a bow tie, better known as a Titliwala doctor, and at that time we were able to establish that people can get it. Please have a seat, all of you. Please. Valvuloplasty, valve surgeries and device therapy, PTMC, balloon angioplasty of the mitral valve, from single balloon to double balloon to retrograde balloon to Inouye balloon, and lots of experimentations and lots of ups and downs, but we were able to manage that. The first cryopreserved valve bank, we have Professor Sampath here, the first ICD implant, and we will be hearing from him as well, and advanced therapy for the failing heart, from heartmates to transplant, LVADs, resynchronization therapy. We have robotics to lung transplant, and we have successfully been able to do bilateral lung transplant last year, albeit slightly late, but we have done that. And the heart transplant program is also running well. We have robotics here. But more important to remember, as we speak, a team of Olympians with transplanted hearts is being represented by at the Transplant Olympics in Australia this week, 2023. And we have members who have been operated with transplanted heart and are representing India at this Olympics. Novel treatments, we have the stent revolution. We have Professor Kaul here. How balloon-mounted stents, we had this on the extreme left, you can see the PS153, which was a 15 mm stent with a strut of 1 mm. It used to be cut, and 7 mm stents were used because they were expensive, and we had a mentorship by some people who had come over, visitors, which I will talk about. And the real Indian revolution, stent revolution, was the development of low-cost indigenous stents, and they being tested Professor Talwar was involved in the testing of these indigenous stents as well with the Kalam Raju stent and later on the other stents which were later became the common stents to be used across the world, across the country. And animal and clinical studies were scientifically done for indigenous stents, and then a large body of evidence was generated for stents. And most important, as I say, the real Indian stent revolution and the cost of stents price being capped by a series of meetings with the whole committee. And I think a report, five volumes of reports was submitted with all the evidence. Then this was announced on the ramparts of the Red Fort that the cost of the stent is going to be capped. I think that was a major game changer. We had these international visionaries right from Sir Barrett Boyce. Dr. Meera Rajani trained with him, and Dr. Ronald Ross, Christian Bernard, Carpetia, Sigward, Denton Cooley, Spencer King, Jean-Marc Coe, who had come at that time in the early 90s, 91, when the first stent in India was implanted, and it was being live telecast to all the who's who of interventional cardiology in India, and right at All India Institute of Medical Sciences. Alcohol septal ablation intervention for pulmonary atresia, radiofrequency, stem cell therapy for the first time, the autologous bone marrow cells in dilated cardiomyopathy. And more recently, about a month back, the novel treatment. Our youngest patient of our CT center was a 27-week-old fetus. And this fetus had the obstructed aortic valve, which, with the collaboration with the Department of Fetal Medicine, Obstetrics and Gynecology, was intervened in utero under ultrasound guidance. The valve was dilated with the coronary hardware, with the coronary angioplasty hardware, and successfully the child was delivered, and the child is doing well. So what we need to reflect on, most importantly, that this center is one of the largest cardiac neuroscience centers in the world. 600 beds dedicated to cardiovascular and neuromedicine, neurosurgery, neurocardiovascular surgery, with more than 150,000 patients per year, 3,500 invasive procedures, 3,500 cardiac surgeries. And again, the more important point is that we are offering free primary angioplasty, free pacemakers for complete heart block, and free balloon angioplasties for mitral valves, 24/7, 365 days. That is available for anyone who just walks into the doors of our institution. So that is a major public health service that is being provided, and we have been able to train more than 600 doctors, and more than a quarter of the cardiologists and cardiovascular surgeons have been either trained by the people or people from CTC, and that is a huge body of people and experts which have made India self-reliant, not only self-reliant but a world leader. We started by giving healthcare into the periphery, 5 kilometers around AIIMS. We are providing primary angioplasty on primary thrombolysis, pre-hospital thrombolysis with tenecteplase at the bedside. The motorcycle reaches under 12 minutes, and a treatment is initiated in another 20 minutes of pre-hospital thrombolysis. More than 5,000 of these ECGs have been done, and a large number have been thrombolized. We have demonstrated world leadership in research, as we talked about the initial papers, and then subsequently I've not talked about details, but more than 900 publications in the last 10 years, focused on rheumatic heart, on our needs, which is rheumatic heart disease, hypertension, congenital heart disease, valve thrombosis, Takayasu arteritis, and we have a large body of evidence generated by Dr. Sanjeev Sharma, Dr. Professor Talwar, and Dr. Kothari on Takayasu arteritis, which has been published across the world and recognized across. We have been on the shoulders of the giants, Professor Venugopal, Professor I.M. Rao, Professor Balram Aaron, Professor Sampath Kumar, who have really toiled, really demonstrated how we can do it in India and how it can be done. We have other, Dr. Iyer, Dr. Rajesh Sharma, Dr. Anil Bhan, Hemant Rehan, Sushant, Srivastava, Prashant, who were all faculty, but many of them were spreading the legacy across the country. We have Dr. Babadas here, we have Dr. Panda, and Dr. Rajesh, Dr. Anil Bhan. And on the shoulders of the giants of the heads of the CTC departments, we have Professor Sujoy Roy, Professor Amal Bhatia, Professor Rajen Tandon, Dr. Prem Chopra, Dr. Vasi, Dr. Manchanda, Dr. Talwar, Dr. Malhotra, Dr. Meera Rajani, Dr. Taneja, who set up the blood bank, Professor Reddy, Professor Behel, Professor Sanjeev Sharma, Professor Anita Saxena, Professor Kothari, and Dr. Usha Kiran, cardiac anesthesia. We have other people who were also members of our faculty. I may have missed out some, apologies for the same, but who were all with us as faculty, but later on left, right from Dr. Savitri Srivastava to Raghav Bansal, who was the last person. We have Dr. Pradeep Jain, he's here in the audience. We have some of them here in the audience, Dr. Rajiv Agarwal. And then we set up, we were moving with the times to set up innovation, to train the next generation of medical technology innovators, to identify and to develop low-cost medical devices, and to ignite the Indian medtech industry with 140 innovators, doctors, engineers, and designers who have been trained, with 147 IP which have been filed, 33 international patents have been granted, 48 products, and Professor Sandeep Singh is leading this program. 14 startups, 7 are in the market, and 3 have got US FDA and the CE mark and are being used. So these are some of the devices. So entrepreneurship, so moving with the times. And we are leading the centers into the future on a double engine. So just to remind you all that we are leading the centers onto the future, onto a double engine with tremendous support from our director and my colleague, Dr. Padma. So thank you for your attention, as attention is the rarest and the purest form of generosity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the beautiful lecture. And it was a wonderful journey of the cardiothoracic sciences. And a lot of, I think I learned so much despite having here for the last 30 years. Thank you, sir. I would like to invite Dr. Padma Srivastava. She is the Chief of Neurosciences Centre. Madam did her residency, and I'll be very brief. She's an alumnus, neurology and medicine alumnus from here. She was a faculty, then the head of department, and the Chief of Neurosciences Centre.
We're going to cut her. We'll save time. I'm not important here. So, good morning and greetings to iconic leaders on the stage, off the stage, my teachers, my dear colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen. So the cogent pillars for academic medical hospital are, yes, it's clinical service, it's education and research, and we had outstanding forefathers of our profession. They were outstanding clinicians, great acumen, clinical sense, great teachers who instilled knowledge, aptitude, confidence, skills in students and made them future leaders. Great researchers did ethical, impactful research which made meaning, and great visionaries for the way forward. So Guru Brahma, Guru Vishnu, Guru Devo Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmait Om Shri Guruve Namaha. So on behalf of the entire center, I bow to my teachers and to all these iconic senior alumni, because you being the building blocks of this magnificent citadel of Center of Excellence that we have so proudly inherited. Thank you so much. So the beginning years, well, we always shared space. Neurology, neurosurgery, we are brother in arms, we are sisters. So we've always shared space. There was medicine, pediatrics, settled well in 68. And then we had neuroradiology, Christine by Professor Golatia, neuroanesthesia started by Dr. Saini. So there was a nucleus which was already formed then of a comprehensive clinical setup of neurosciences. And then we know by history that in 70s, the neurosurgery and neurology moved to 4th floor of the main hospital. And then this origin and this entire history we've taken from Professor Tandon, and I'll give you a little story behind all this a little later. So it was that vision of Professor Tandon, Professor Anand, Professor Baldev Singh, very affectionately called Papa Neuron, who even earlier had this vision of a brain research center. And as I understand, and you actually hear from the forefather about this, Professor Tandon would tell us more about it. But then that brain research center, which was then revived in the 4th five-year plan, and then there was another parallel venture by Professor Gopinath about the proposal of the Cardiothoracic Centre, and obviously then there was this, that why not merge both centers, so a new draft proposal in 73, and then you heard about the other history from Professor Bhargava, how it was eventually commissioned. And the Department of Neurosurgery was started in 65 March. Professor Tandon was appointed as the first professor of Department of Neurosurgery. I'm so happy that he's here with us. He's our chief guest. And then, then it's a trajectory which has been really, really, exponential. Now you have this huge citadel which has been sort of, the seeds were laid by them and also nurtured. So the foundation stone and all this you've already heard. I'm not going to repeat what has already been said, but at that point of time, we had a bed strength of 180. There were 30 bedded intensive care units. There were 3 fully equipped operation theaters and a fully functional departments of neuroradiology and neuroanesthesia and its complex. So this picture you've already seen. And I'll tell you a little story behind all these pictures. I called Professor Tandon initially, to take an appointment, and I said, sir, we would like to come and invite you to be our chief guest. And also to know, can you please let us know some about the history of the whole trajectory of it? He said, yes. And I surely have some of those documents that I've preserved all those years, and I'll fish them out. And then Dr. Manmohan and myself, we went to his house and to invite him. And as we entered, he welcomed us, and on the table were these bundles, carefully preserved in polythene, and it was like it was a treasure house. You know of treasure islands, and then you see those treasures, priceless, and then we gingerly picked up those little documents, and he said, was benevolently, he said, you can take them, you can photograph them, you can use them. And I was too scared to do that. So Manmohan quickly took that, put it on a table, we took photographs and carefully placed them back. This is your treasure, back to you. I can't take this onus of responsibility of even putting a speck of dust on that. Priceless connection. He has those papers preserved from God knows when, sir. And these are the slides. Then when I got them, then Professor Bhargava said, can you share those slides with me? And I said, yes, of course. So all these pictures we actually picked up from Professor Tandon's priceless collection. So this is amazing. I don't even have the words to describe this, surely. So, and then this picture out here also describes, this was the first envisioned center for the cardiothoracic neurosciences. Look, this is almost like a mini AIIMS, isn't it? And I guess it's because the brain and heart does form the nucleus of the human body. So we do deserve, and this is especially for our director. So now these are the pictures out here. Again, I borrowed from Professor Tandon. So that's Professor Baldev Singh and Professor Christiansen from neurosurgery. And you have Professor Sneha Bhargava there. Intricately and completely involved in the inception of the center. She was in the periphery, but completely. This group out here, ladies and gentlemen, you can actually put them on a pedestal and offer prayers. So these are those documents. So I'm not getting into it. I just put them up to show you that they could go on to any big international museum. This is a welcome address of Dr. Ramalinga Swami, when he inaugurated. He said, our vision of the centers is that they will be centers both of public service and of higher learning at the same time. Greatest and deepest need of a center is to be needed by society. And he also quoted the famous economist Francis Delisle that the purpose of an institution is to supply stability needed for a long-term operation. And it's a hope that stability and adjustability continue to mix in these centers in appropriate balance. I really do hope that it continues to do so, and also for future decades to come. So in 83, the OPDs became functional, and in 89, it became fully functional. But what underlies this whole endeavor is this extremely close interaction. This is congeniality amongst all these stalwarts, and all of them are huge verticals by themselves. They're silos. They can be silos. They don't have to, talk to each other. But then they did. So it is this enviable camaraderie and understanding, and it's not between these big super specialities. It was also amongst the basic sciences and clinical specialities. And I think this is what has led to this citadel of excellence. And ladies and gentlemen, this is one thing we all need to imbibe, nurture, and let it grow for any of our future to become, for another couple of decades later. If our children need to do this, then we need to have this vision and take it forward. So the vision: deliver world-class clinical care, impart education of highest standard, and then high-quality research which is relevant to national needs and conforming to international context. Now, this is, the common scene. So besides the space crunch, but I think we're very proud of the fact that we're catering to the masses. We are providing the service to so many. I'm proud of it. So the Neurosciences Centre has all these big verticals: neurology, neurosurgery. You have neuroradiology, neuroanesthesia, critical care, neuropathology, neurobiochemistry, neuropsychology. And amongst the leaders, we have all these, starting from Papa Neuron, Professor Baldev Singh, Professor Pathak, Professor Vimla Virmani, Professor Maheshwari, Professor Bihari, Professor Prasad. And just 2 slides on each of them, because Professor Baldev Singh has always been called Papa Neuron. And footprints of him will be long-lasting for generations of neurologists to emulate. His ideas, ideals, and dreams. That's Professor Vimla Virmani. And she will always remain etched as a benevolent, and this is again a quote I've taken from history, as a kind-hearted dictator. So sweet. And that's Professor Maheshwari, who's probably had the longest stint as a chair in neurology, created with growth, inclusiveness, and expansion of department in numerous facets. And Professor Ahuja, although really never headed the department, is really most loved, revered. And he's credited with steering and shaping careers of many a young neurologist, including me. Very honest, forthright, firm but gentle. He stood by these 2 big cogent pillars: good clinical practice and sound science. Now the Neurosciences Centre and neurology has all these subsections. We have stroke, epilepsy, movement disorders, neuromuscular disorders, neuroimmunology, multiple sclerosis, neuroinfection, sleep medicine, neurophysiology, cognitive disorders, headache, critical care, neurorehab, neuroepidemiology, clinical trials, stem cells, neurogenetics. And we've had many firsts. So we actually, the whole stroke movement and the movement in the nation, we have been almost at the forefront. We provided access to stroke care in a comprehensive way, contributions to stroke care delivery systems in India. We were the first to do thrombolysis in a public sector hospital, first to publish the data from a developing world on thrombolysis, endovascular treatment, stroke clinics, stroke fellowships, stroke registries, pioneering work on stem cells and stroke. In fact, it is the department work, which is the only work which is quoted in the meta-analysis internationally. The telestroke WhatsApp model is adopted by Government of India. We've pioneered that again. We're part of national multi-center stroke projects and a big way into stroke recovery programs, including rehab. And we've had this dialogues open between multi-institutional and transdisciplines with IIT and others. Center of Excellence for Epilepsy, from patient outreach to education to guidelines, national, international, simple algorithms to complex epilepsy surgery paradigms, invasive, non-invasive, very innovative model surgery. This list is endless. I hope Professor Jain is here for description of SSCL, genetics of JME. And ma'am is here, the first movement disorders clinic, the first Botox administration, the first in familial ataxia research. We have a full-fledged clinic based on movement disorder spectrum management. The very first multiple sclerosis clinic and dedicated MS registry, again, is from this department for the country. This high-end genomic, proteomic, metabolomic research, multi-institutional. We've got these MOUs between AIIMS, University College of London, within IITs and ICMR. We have the Center of Excellence in a lot of verticals out here with assistive devices, robotics, and the neuropsychology and cognitive disorders have also got up the Indian Cognitive Battery. Neurosurgery, as I said, it started with just 2 faculty members and then became 5, and now they're 28. And then we have 42 senior residents, 2 streams. It's in fact, in AIIMS, it is the second biggest department after anesthesia in the whole of the institute. In 97, they had the Gamma Knife Center established with the Electra Gamma Knife Model B, later upgraded and now further upgraded in 2022. 2007, they had 7 OTs, and once the trauma center came up, then there were additional 100 beds for neurotrauma dedicated and 2 another operation theaters. So there's a cadaver training and research facility, a trauma center, and the state-of-art training facility named Neurosurgery Skills Training Facility and Experimental Lab at main AIIMS, with short and long-term fellowships for training young neurosurgeons. There's an intra-op MR installed in 2011. Same year, there was a Center of Excellence for Epilepsy I just alluded to. They also have this outreach programs, including NCI Judger. You have something similar happening with MEG and NBRC and several others. So the department has expanded its clinical services tremendously. So annually now, 50,000 OPD patients, 2,000 patients in Gamma Knife Center, and 7,000 patients at Trauma Center. And this got sub-specialities, super specialities, including neuroendoscopy. You have neurovascular surgery, minimally invasive neurosurgery, spine surgery, stereotactic function neurosurgery, skull-based surgery, pediatric neurosurgery, epilepsy surgery, radiosurgery, peripheral nerve and brachial plexus surgery, neurotrauma, neuro-oncology surgery for pain and spasticity. I have to take a deep breath. So that's what the neurosurgeons are doing. Very proud of them. And they've really been into the teaching modules, both annually and internationally. Neuroradiology, Professor Golatia had been the head till 1994, and then Professor Mishra took over. Thank you, sir, for being here. Till 2016, and then Dr. Shailesh Gaikwad has taken over. I hope he's landed back. He was in transit. Then Dr. Garg and Dr. Joseph are both professors, and they're holding fort here. And we've had several of these alumni who made it really big internationally. We've had recently Dr. Mayank Goel's photograph on the New York Times, and his name was taken in the United States Assembly. So that is really in the Congress. So that is a big thing. So we also have others who made it very big nationally. And the landmark achievements, the CT scan installed in 1993. They have angiotron biplane DSA, then second biplane DSA, state-of-art multi-detector CT in 2014, the neurointervention program in 78, MRI in 1993, and then the epilepsy surgery group. That's a beautiful group which is very, very cohesive, which started in April 1995. They have this MR angiography, then you have the gamma knife, it goes on and on and on. And you have this intracranial aneurysm coiling. These are the slides that each department wanted me to highlight. So that's what I'm reading out to all of you. And each of these statements is actually an iconic kind of an advancement. So they have everything which is super advanced and what you can get internationally available here. And very, very proud of neuroradiology with all their accomplishments. And neuroanesthesia, the concept of neuroanesthesia was in 1968 as a subspecialty. Professor Saini volunteered to manage neuro patients for anesthesia, and then he had a formal training and established as the first independent department for the country in 87. So Professor Saini was the first head of department. We're very fortunate to have Professor Dash here, who then took over and was there at the helm for a long time. We have Professor Bittal here, who took it even further. And, they have started their PDF course. And once the trauma center came in, they also expanded their ambit of care. So current status, they have 7 OTs main, 3 ICUs, 2 cath labs, 1 gamma knife suite. They have 2 OTs and 20-bedded ICU at trauma center, 2 clinics. They have interventional pain procedures, 17 faculties, 41 residents, 4 fellows. And they've trained innumerable DM students, and not just in the country, they cater to adjoining countries, Kenya, Indonesia, Bangladesh, Nepal, Myanmar. And a lot of notable events which they have started off from 1995, and they have their own neuroanesthesia update, which is now a national event. And that is the Sprout group of neuroanesthesia out there. And I must tell you, one of their faculty members is, I think, soon getting into the Guinness Book of Records to produce a maximum number of textbooks in neuroanesthesia internationally. So they have huge number of scientific publications, and there have been special acknowledgements for clinical works, which includes the surgical separation of conjoined craniopagus twins, which is another big feather in the cap for neurosurgery, the Department of Neurosurgery. So for awake craniotomy, interventional pain management, and others, and of course, they are now Christine Neuroanesthesia and Neurocritical Care. Neuropathology, well, when these specialties came up, then obviously a need was felt that we must have a neuropathology as well. So the nucleus was created within the Department of Pathology, and you can actually see that it was as visionaries even outside the ambit of the core department who give you this idea and nurture it and help it fructify. So in 68 or 68, it was Dr. Sriramachari, he was then at that time what is now known as National Institute of Pathology, who was appointed as honorary professor of pathology at AIIMS. He paved way for this. And it was Professor Subimal Roy, trained abroad, and then he took it to great, great heights. And look at this group. Is Professor Lama Rangaswamy, pathologist but director of AIIMS, Professor Tandon, Professor of Neurosurgery, then you have Professor Naik and Professor Shankar. Most of you would know about him. One inimicable person. I mean, he's now an angel up in the sky, but he's such a great person in them hands. So all these people actually came together in the sense that they made the neuropathology department a reality, and ably taken forward to its current heights by Professor Chitra Sarkar. And then we have Professor Sharma and Professor Vaishali, who are continuing this torch, and they have expanded this section, introducing electron microscopy, immunoelectron microscopy, immunohistochemistry, tissue culture, proliferation kinetics, enzyme histochemistry. These are really beautiful pictures out there. To me, they're really, really, they look so pretty, but besides being pretty, they have actually contributed to so much of science in understanding as well as in therapeutics. Their research into all these areas, and they have a special, thing with neuro-oncology, I understand. Besides that, of course, epilepsy and neuromuscular disorders. And the team developed this strong neuro-oncology group for the country, and Professor Sarkar, in fact, has been nominated as president of International Society of Neuropathology. It was first, again, from India. So that's the proud neuropathology team. The team and the photographs for neurosurgery and neurology I didn't put up because they would be going out of the frame. There are too many of them. And this is one slide of neuropsychology. Dr. Ashima Nehra is a sole faculty. It was started by Dr. Surya Gupta, this concept, and this is a very busy slide. Even I can't read the whole thing, but this lone faculty has done a tremendous effort, and a lot of PhDs out there. And this division is in fact helping out a lot of other facets of neurosurgery and neurology. So, ladies and gentlemen, life is short, art is long, opportunity fleeting, experience treacherous, and judgment difficult. This is a quote from Hippocrates. And I don't think anything better defines the life of a clinician better than this. As clinicians, all of us go through this. But I guess in this extremely complex and chaotic journeys, we have to take these cues from our elders to navigate and move forward and count the not the number of years in a life, but the life spent in those years. So thank you all once again. Welcome you all once again. God bless you.
Thank you, ma'am, for that excellent, awesome speech. It left us all, in fact, both the speeches left us all spellbound into what a great history we've had, what a great future we have to take responsibility of. And sometimes I'm sure the youngsters there would be thinking, oh, our achievers were so strong. It's my proud pleasure to bring our chief guests into the forum. For the cardiac side, we have Professor S.C. Manchanda, who has a very famous quote which I can describe to him. I've grown up seeing him take classes in Irvine Hospital. I've grown up seeing him take classes for many people of high altitude physiology. As a first year MBBS student in physiology, I read his book, Man at High Altitude. And I have seen him grow, and when I worked with him in the confines of the Cardiothoracic Centre, I can just put one liner to this man, the quote and unquote from Albert Einstein, and I have miles to go before I sleep. Sir is an alumni, MBBS 1962 from AIIMS, MD Medicine 1966, a DM Cardiology 1969, all from AIIMS. His affiliation of 36 years from AIIMS is a very proud privilege, because we saw in him a young student develop into a big leader who brought about a new forte from the cath lab. If others were busy there, he wanted to prevent the disease. So his forte became yoga meditation for preventive cardiology. I remember being a young faculty and going to see the inauguration of his soybean plant in Gurgaon. And I have good reminiscences of that plant and how soybean milk became such an important part of our diet, is what he taught us first in the cardiac center. And not just nutrition, but his practice of yoga and how it evolved makes him stand tall today, even after his retirement, as a senior consultant at the Gangaram Hospital, where he is also the editor of the Journal of Preventive Cardiology and a very, very important member of the World Academy of Spiritual Sciences. So if I say that it's important for us to be in flow and coherence and harmony, Dr. Manchanda paved the way for same. Sir, can we have a few words from your mouth about what you feel is the achievement and where we have to go in the future?
Dr. Bhargava, Dr. Tandon, Dr. Banerjee, all my seniors, Director Balram, Bhargava, Dr. Padma, and all my friends. It's really a pleasure to participate in the Foundation Day ceremony of this center, of which I have been a part from the very beginning, actually even before the beginning. I must tell you, I joined the All India Institute in 1958 as an undergraduate student. I did my house job in cardiology in 61, 62. And I was one of the few first DMs, I think 8th DM in cardiology. So I had the opportunity to be associated with it. All the beautiful presentations by Dr. Padma and Dr. Balram has taken us down the memory lane. Everything was not that smooth as they have made it. We had a lot of difficulties also. But I think the achievements have been really great. As they said, that these centers have become centers of excellence, not only for clinical work, but also teaching and research. I think what has impressed me most is the teaching part and the continuity. I think we never had such a good teaching program as in this institute. And I really miss the morning 8 to 9 and clinical discussions when I gone to the other institutions. And as a result of that, I think we have produced DM students. Some of you may not remember, but every state, practically every state in the country started cardiology because of All India Institute. I can tell you Rajasthan, whether in Jaipur, the first DM was from here, Udaipur, Jodhpur. Similarly, you go to Andhra, down south, you go to Shimla, you go to almost any state of the country. The training has been so good that from ECG cardiology, I have really been trained from ECG and then in non-invasive and invasive. They all started this invasive work and all that thing. There have been so many achievements, I don't want to really dwell it, but I think the biggest achievement is the teaching that this institution has given. Not only the teaching has stopped here, now I have 3 generations of students who are teaching them. And therefore, I think the All India Institute doctors are really known as good teachers. They have been at the faculty positions, almost every position in the world. But I think what is the reason for this? I think I always appreciate the founders of the center. I think they believed in 3H. I always say that. One was the hard work. I'll give you an example. When I joined a department of medicine, at that time there was no cardiology. Cardiology was a part of medicine. Dr. Suja Roy, who started this, because they had to run the medical OPD, cardiac OPD, they had to do cardiac cath. 4 o'clock in the morning, the cardiac cath will start, 4 o'clock. And even if a person is late, even I have seen Dr. Guleria, Dr. Bhatia being scolded, why are you 1 minute late? Dr. Guleria used to actually sleep in the cath lab. He was so scared during winter, come at 4 o'clock. So 4 to 9 you do cardiac caths, 2-3 caths. And then by evening before you leave, you have to have the cath data on the table of Dr. Roy. Actually, cardiac catheterization started in this country. Earlier it used to be ECG cardiology. And I learned so much from cardiac catheterization. You'll be surprised, what was the indication? Mitral stenosis. And they wanted to find out, Dr. Bhargava is here, what are the X-ray sort of correlates with the hemodynamics? Like what does Curly's lines mean? These days we say this is venous hypertension. What is arterial hypertension? They wanted to really find out the clinical correlates. Echo had not been devised at that time. So I think that was outstanding work. Mitral stenosis only being done most of the times, and very little other things were done. For aortic stenosis, we had to do the LV puncture, etc., especially the valve replacement and so on. And then, as you saw, so many achievements and all. I would say one of the best achievements was that we did first coronary angiography in 1977. Dr. J.B. Agarwal was assistant professor, and ourselves, we did a case. It took us 4 hours to do a cardiac coronary angiography. People will not come for that. You heard about coronary angioplasty and so many other things in pediatric that we achieved and all. It is continued. I will not go into details of that. So I think we were the leaders in this. But I think that's what I said. Our forefathers, our founders were hardworking. Then they had a lot of humility. As you heard, that it was a teamwork. That humility has decreased these days. Nobody had ego. And that's how the CN Center came. These days it's difficult to even sort of coordinate in the same department. There were so many departments, you heard that. From cardiology as well as neurology, how many branches are there, and they coordinated so well. That's how. So second was humility, hard work, and the third was honesty. They were honest to the institution, and I have not seen anybody more honest than these our founders who were really dedicated. Our role models were our founders. Somebody used to ask us, who's your role model? I said Suja Roy, but he had no car, he had no house, he used to walk down. Even after working in All India Institute for more than 20 years, nothing at all he had, but he was our sort of, we wanted to follow his footsteps, and he was our role model because he was academically so strong and he was honest. And now I think the role models have changed. The money has become an important part of that. I think we should follow that role models that they were. They were, as I said, hardworking, they were honest, they had humility, and this is what I would like each one of you to do. And I see a very bright future for this center. I still, although I have superannuated about 20 years back, 23 years back, I still feel a part of it because more than half my life I have spent here, 45 years from undergraduate till the time I retired. So I feel a special association. Anytime I come, I feel I have never been out of this. So I give my all the best wishes to all of you for the future. But I must tell you there were problems. The biggest problem was the waiting list. Can you imagine the waiting list for coronary angiography was 1 year? the waiting list for surgery was 2 years. And at that time, we used to send patients to either one of our colleagues, Dr. Girinath, cardiac surgeon. He started in Apollo. We used to send him patients and all. And then other hospitals came up like Escorts and all. But there was a huge waiting list. And I am glad that the departments have expanded so much now that the waiting list has decreased. This was the biggest criticism of All India Institute, that anybody who comes here, you can't look after immediately. We couldn't, because the number was so large which was coming, and there were very few institutions. So this was the biggest problem. But there was not a single case against anybody in All India Institute. The reason was very simple, because people were very honest. And this is what I would like youngsters to do, that. Because there's so much of sort of cases are against the doctors and all. I think because one thing we might be less in importance, we are giving less, is the honesty. If we are honest to the patients, even if you can't admit them, they will never see you or they will never do anything. So all the best for this, and it's again a great pleasure to participate in this grand occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the precious, valuable words. And I think we'll never forget the 3 H's. Thank you, sir. When we come to the next, Professor P.N. Tandon's words of wisdom. Sir is a teacher. It's difficult to introduce him, but I'm actually dar lagta hai to even introduce him. And he founded the Department of Neurosurgery, and then led the department as a professor and head of department. And then he brought Dr. Baldev Singh's dream into a reality by developing this center. And then he was the chief of center. And now he's our fondly, always we take his advice. Still now, he's the emeritus professor of neurosurgery of our department, along with Dr. Banerjee. And he truly has deserved the 3 highest national awards of Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, and Padma Vibhushan, all 3. He pioneered not only clinical, that was very important, but he always envisioned a research center. And he pioneered a very high-end collaborative research in basic and clinical neurosciences at that time as well, and which he was later developed into a National Brain Research Center, he was the founder president. And he, because the secretary and the president of the Indian National Science Academy, a very dual thing for a neurosurgeon, a surgical person to become. His statement has always been, stay hungry and stay curious. Thank you, sir. So you can remain seated. We'll put your presentation here. You can just say next. I'll.
Mr. Director, I apologize for sitting here and talking. We have heard so much facts and figures. We have heard so much facts and figures about these centers. There cannot be 2 words than to say that these 2 centers are certainly by far the best centers in this country and probably in Asia. The evidence for this has been produced by a series of evaluations published in various magazines and journals. So I won't like to say very much. Neither would I like to repeat all the facts and figures that have been given. When I was asked to say something, I was tempted to do the same as has been already done. I have a very bad habit, Mr. Director, of collecting information. And I was very pleased the other day to read that you want to have an archives of this. We have attempted that thrice before with failure. Once with Dr. Banerjee, Dr. Bhargava and myself. Another time with another group. So at least there are video recordings of our interviews. At least I know of mine and Dr. Bhargava's. They are available. I have over the years submitted original documents related to not only to historical aspects of the centers, but of the institute itself. The last time I did so were the last remaining documents which I handed over to Dr. Chitra Sarkar. And I talked to her 2 days ago, and she said yes, she has them, and she will be willing to give it to anybody the director wishes to. We can discuss, debate what should be in archives, but I have visited archives where Newton's written notes are already available in the Trinity, or in the French Academy in Paris, or in the Royal Society in London. They're very important documents, and people think that I am crazy that I collect them. The few remaining ones with me, after dispensing away, I tried to produce them here, and I'll hand it over to you. Some of these Padma has already projected, so I don't know if I should show my slides. But the purpose of my showing my slide is not to give facts or figures, but the spirit behind all this. And that starts with this. That was the spirit of the All India Institute. Dr. Baldev Singh joined as Professor of Neurology 1 day before me. He was in the selection committee for me, both as Professor of Neurosurgery at King George's Medical College and also at All India Institute. Yet we worked together in spite of the difference of his stature, his age, and his tremendous capacity. I have written 2 lines about this. Is history, which you will get. I have written here in my autobiography, and I quote, "Without his support, advice, and guidance, it would not have been possible to achieve whatever I could." Now let me first finish a little that I've written so that I can... how the centers are born. They were not born because of some official committee meetings, etc. The centers were thus born in the dreams of several individuals, nurtured with selfless dedication. With selfless dedicated services of many who submerged their egos for a cause. A team, working as a team, parallel to of which could hardly be found elsewhere, certainly not in this country. No sacrifice was big enough for establishing these centers, and that is not either P.N. Tandon or Dr. Gopinath or Dr. Baldev Singh. This was the whole team always together. I digress here for a second. You won't believe that as professor of neurology, so much senior to me, so much more reputed, till the last day, he and I sat together to see every single patient in the OPD. And when he retired, till the day he left this institute, as an emeritus scientist, he attended with me in my OPD. Not only that, Dr. Banerjee is here who will testify to that. When we did our evening round, neurosurgery evening round, he will ring me up and would say, I am coming with you. He stood behind me when I was doing the first operation of a brain tumor in this institute. A terrible vascular meningioma in a semi-conscious patient. He kept on standing behind me throughout the operation and ultimately said, stop it now. You must be tired. And I said, if I stop now, I won't regret if my patient doesn't survive. I went ahead with another 2 hours and he continued to stay. So that was the kind of... Now, you had that cartoon. That cartoon is not just a cartoon. That was the true spirit. Dr. Gopinath and I, and Dr. Banerjee knew him from before from the law. He was as much part of neuroscience as he was of the Cardiothoracic Centre. And I have acknowledged in my autobiography that he contributed more to the physical development of Neuroscience Centre than any other person, including myself. So that was the kind of a spirit that prevailed in the institute at that time. I'll come back to those stories a little later. The time he spent in all aspects of development of these centers, not Cardiothoracic Centre, these centers, was certainly far more than I or Dr. Banerjee spent, or for that matter, any other faculty in the neurology, neurosurgery, neuropathology, except probably somebody sitting next to me. Every morning at 8 a.m. sharp for 25 years, we paid our homage to the lady here. At 8 sharp for 25 years. She became director, of course. A lot of people blame me for that, but that's a separate issue. Anyway, so that was the spirit. When I'll show you a slide later. Till Dr. Banerjee joined me in June, I joined on 1st of March. Every operation had to be done by me. Without a resident, without a sister who knew anything about neurosurgery, without a set of neurosurgical instruments, but with one thing, the spirit of AIIMS. You will not believe, these people know, even Dr. Manchanda will know. A slide was shown which showed there were a post-operative ward with 4 beds. But it was not shown a room with 3 beds, where immediately the patients were brought from the operation theatre. One from neurosurgery, one from cardiothoracic surgery. In between there was a bed. What was the purpose of that bed? It was for us to rotate and sleep there during night to look after those serious patients. The stories are many, Mr. Director. It's an emotional moment for me, naturally. So I can go on and on and on of those stories. The important thing was that you have to do research. When I was coming here from Lucknow, I was told, why are you going there? There's only cats and dog surgery there. There are no human patients there. And when I came here, Dr. B.K. Anand told me, unless you do research, you will disappear. And we had no help. We had not even a resident, leave aside anybody else. And so who helped us? My friends in Department of ENT. The first papers we wrote, which are still very valuable, were because the ENT department provided a postgraduate student to help us. That was the spirit. Dr. Talwar, the professor of biochemistry, not even professor at that time, he had a nuclear imaging machine. I went to him and he said, take it, use it. We not only developed the first neuronuclear medicine center, but we created a full-fledged nuclear medicine department from that little nucleus. When I wanted to do some experimental work, who to go to? We had no facility. The professor of microbiology, I asked a student of his to help me in my research. And that was one of the important contributions in experimental tuberculosis of the nervous system. There is no parallel to it even now. Again, I could go on. One day I was sitting and looking at how many departments we in neurosurgery, for example, interacted with in our research and publication. A list of 20. Each one voluntarily. The neuroanatomy, which was the nucleus in this institute, was promoted because the first grant that we got, a neuroscience center, I gave money to the Department of Anatomy for a microscope. And everybody said, what are you doing that for? I said, because they are neuroscientists. Anyway, that happened. I will just show a few slides just for the sake, because we have, I can go on and on telling about Dr. Baldev Singh. Now, this is a list of operations that were carried out when I joined here on 1st of March. On the 23rd of March, there was already operation done, and there was no instruments of neurosurgery available. On April someday is that meningioma that I was talking to you. This is before Dr. Banerjee joined me. And without, now everybody wants everything facility created. The only few instruments were those which were purchased from the, I don't know, there was an American center in Safdarjung Hospital. When they were leaving, they left behind some, which were sold, which were purchased anyway. And there were 5 instruments that were donated to me by my mentor when he visited me in Lucknow and saw that I had nothing. And he said, I had much better facilities there than I had when I joined here. And these were the instruments I used to do this surgery. So you have to have, next slide please. This is a letter which you will have it here, I won't read it out. This is the letter which was written by the director to the advisor in Health in Planning Commission, sending the proposal which he said, please include it in our 5th plan. Next slide, please. This is the photograph that was shown to you. This was the model that was on the day when the foundation stone was laid. The neuroscience centers, the CN centers are far more different than what this shows. From this, it has grown into tall 7-story buildings. Next slide, please. Now, this is a summary of all that happened from 1964, when Dr. Anand proposed the creation of a brain research center, till next slide please, till 1989, when we formally completed our occupation of the new center. I may just say a few words. I have no doubt that the centers will continue their journey to excellence. Excellence is a journey and not a destination. So we are still on the journey, and generations will come to continue that journey. So it is not to the credit of Dr. Bhargava or Dr. Banerjee or P.N. Tandon or Sujay Roy. It is the credit to a generation, and those generations will follow. So I repeat again, I have no doubt that the centers would continue their journey to excellence and achieve greater heights. However, pardon me for what I'm going to say. However, I cannot help reminding that in all our endeavors, we should not forget that we are here to provide the state-of-art service with empathy. We are here to provide, inspire students, not teach them. Teaching is for all medical colleges. We are here to inspire them. Not just teach and train them, and advance their knowledge, but to put a desire in them to excel. And to put India among the global leaders. We're already in some way, some places, etc. As always, we will march ahead as a family and not for personal glory or personal ego. If we keep that in mind, Mr. Director, this institute will continue to defy a very unfavorable statement that has often been made. The half-life of higher education and institution in this country is 50 years. We have crossed that 50 years with success, and I have no doubt we'll continue to do so as long as we keep this fact in mind, that we are not working here for ourselves. We are working for a cause for which so much has been given to us, even though we complain always that we need more. I think there are a couple more slides which I would like to show with, if you see, this is, as you read, these are my strengths. And they're not neurologists or neurosurgeons. As you see, there is a pathologist, there is a physiologist, there is a cardiac surgeon. May I have the next slide, please? I could tell a story about each one, how they saved my life or the development of the center. Time will not permit. Yes, Subimal Roy in the pathology, Dr. K.L. Wig, and once again I see, I can share this. We have been friends for all the years that we have known each other. And what she has done for this institute, I'm not saying neurosurgery, she learned neuroradiology, just as she learned cardiac radiology, just as she learned ultrasound, just as she learned so many other things while on the staff. Well, this is a friend of mine, so I put in, they have been very helpful to me. Next slide, please. Now that is my mentor, which you see on the right-hand side. He donated all his personal library to me and through me to this institute. Unfortunately, that's not yet been fully utilized. But that is the, but what nobody knows, that was my mentor. From my first letter ever written to him before I had met him in 1956, till few months before his death in 1993. Every single letter that we exchanged, he maintained a record. And few months before his death, he wrote to me, "This is a legacy I want to give to you, to keep it." That has many lessons. And one of the lessons that I like to close is, when I got an appointment letter for this institute, I was already a professor at Lucknow and my wife was on the faculty, and I was in dilemma whether I should come here or not. So I wrote to him a letter, asked him his advice, and I'll quote this. Please permit me. In my letter to Professor Christiansen, dated 15 December 1963, this is 1.5 years before I joined here, I wrote, I quote, "Now as the year is closing, I am facing a big dilemma, and I sincerely hope that whatever decision I take in the new year, I'll not have cause to regret." To just digress, I have never had a cause to regret on this decision. But anyway, it cost me a lot. I would like to have your opinion in this matter, and I'll read out his reply. "Regarding your dilemma, which I very well understand, to give advice in such a situation is extremely difficult and may even be considered preposterous. So much depends upon the emotional factors in such choices, and they cannot be disregarded. On the other hand, Delhi needs a good neurosurgeon, good neurosurgical service, and India needs a good man at Delhi. I'm afraid that if I had to make the decision and dictatorial power, I would have sent you to Delhi, although my heart would ache at the thought of Lucknow without Leela and yourself." Well, I think I have 1 or 2 more slides that goes. Now, I have given those who supported me, but I cannot, at the cost of repeating it, I have written it, and I state that if I did not have this man with me, nothing would have been achieved. It was our joint effort that made all the difference. And if I may then share a very private life, Mr. Director, he still visits me every week to spend some time, though I can't, but even last Sunday. Next slide, please. This is our first postgraduate, MCH in neurosurgery, who then, giving up a job here, on my advice, went to G.V. Pant Hospital as the chief of neurosurgery and developed a center, which was as good as any. Next slide, please. These are the people who followed me, the directors that followed me, who carried the tradition of working for a cause and not for themselves, working for excellence and not for awards. Next slide, please. Well, it was only in 1988-89 that the two centers, cardiac, sorry for that mistake, neuro moved to their new abode. The constant struggle with health ministry to get funds for equipment, permission to recruit approved faculty, the endless justifications for the strength of nursing and ancillary staff had to be accepted as necessary evils of our administrative ethos. Unfortunately, whatever little I know, it hasn't changed. The institute administration, especially the successive directors, deputy director in internal finance group, were fully supported at every step, and this is only why we could achieve what we were able. Thank you very much, Mr. Das.
These results are standing ovation. I think the speeches by the two doyens who made the center and all the people here.
Sorry.
Yes, sir.
One
yes,
minute.
sir. Please.
Some of the documents here will be useful for your archive. And there's one copy to my, well, I can publicly call her my daughter. It's all right. And one for the chief of the cardiac center.
I was just saying that after this overwhelming last half an hour of knowing more about our past, it's very befitting if this gathering of 450 plus here stands up for a standing ovation for all our doyens here. It's not a part of this ceremony, but it's as an honor. Thank you all so much. All of us are indebted to all our seniors who have done so much. Each one of you on the dais and not on the dais. I would like to add also, amongst the doctors, the nurses, the technicians, the OT technicians, each one of them, so many of you gathered here, a very heartfelt thank you to the people who started this center. Thank you all. After this moment, we go on to wait and await a small speech by our very young and the youngest director ever in the history of AIIMS New Delhi, Dr. M. Srivastava, a man who has grown and risen to make and envision in the last few months of his tenure here big, big changes. Thank you, sir. I know you don't like it.
Thank you. I'm speechless. Well, thank you very much. It was indeed, you have taken us before we were born. A lot of history and all the things which we were going through. And I congratulate the team which has thinking of doing this, and then they brought all the people together. And we welcome all the people, Our teachers and teachers are here. This is something which is a very great moment for all of us. And it's not just the various things which you are told about, the excellence in the various fields, but I remember how we used to trouble Professor Saxena, Professor Kothari, even in the middle of the night. This is something which I wanted to re-emphasize, that even at 2 o'clock in the night, if I call, she would be there in 5 minutes. This is something which I need to say that to all the people there, that no matter what level these people were in the Neurosciences Centre, Cardiac Centre, they were there for our patients even in the middle of the night. This is something which we always remember, and this always drives us to do the same thing what we have learned from these people. And you said, sir, the 2 cartoons, I think the 2 cartoons are not just walking there. I think these 2 cartoons together give the soul to the AIIMS. There's something which is, we realize that, you know, these 2 centers were driving spirit behind for all the achievements which we have. These are the people, not only the people, the doyens who were running these institutions, but also the centers gave a lot of impetus for other departments to develop and think of on the lines of the centers. And today we have the centers. Of course, we are not, other centers are not that dynamic as what these centers have done, but it's over a period of time. They will definitely get through, and high heights and all that. Sir, we only pledge and promise you, all of you, that what all you said, what the sir said about honesty, hard work and integrity, and what you talked about the ethical practice and the hard work which you have given, we only promise you that, you know, we continue to the legacy of what you have done, and we will not look into our half-life, and we will be eternal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. You're truly a man of action, and we've all seen it, and I'm sure we'll see it in your next tenure. Thank you for that wonderful, inspirational speech by all. It's now time to think of this Foundation Day as a day where we can reaffirm as we enter the center that we truly belong here, and we have to do our best and put our best foot forward for the day there. So I request our director, Dr. M. Srinivas, along with Dr. Professor Balram Bhargava and Professor Padma, to unveil the Foundation Day stone, which has been waiting to be unveiled and put up at the center, and hence this is also one of the reasons for this ceremony. You see on the left side the foundation stone, and I don't think so there's a house without an address, and definitely a center without its inmates knowing that you're entering the right address. So the unveiling of the foundation stone by the 3 dignitaries who have been involved in the raising of it. We have some music. We begin our ceremony of felicitating our seniors and all achievers who've given us what we have today. We begin at the first with the department. Can we have the slides on, please? From the Department of Cardiology, I request the center heads, the director, as well as the HOD of the department being called to please come on the right side, and the dignitaries, as they are being invited, to please come, take their medallion and the felicitation, and be with us on the chairs here, so that at the end we could have a group photograph with all of them. So why do we need these felicitations? We need these felicitations to thank and honor each one of them. Maybe we missed out a few, but a few of them who are no more with us stand tall from the skies above to bless us. But a few of them who are still actively working, many, so many of you here, will have further future foundation days to celebrate the same. But a few who are living legends with us, it's their day today. And we decided to felicitate 50 such people amongst us today. a choice made unanimously from the two centers and each department of the two centers. So let's begin with the first C alphabet, the Department of Cardiology. Dr. Narang, can we have you here? If he's not here, can I request Dr. Balram Bhargava to do the honors? Our first speaker who would be felicitated is none other than Professor M.L. Bhatia. Dr. Bhatia, who was a DM in cardiology from December 1965, joined as faculty and retired as the HOD of cardiology from this center. For a period of 34 years, he stood tall, worked like, as the experts and our chief guests have told us, worked so well and so hard with us that at the end of the day, everyone wanted to be a Shujabi Roy or a M.L. Bhatia. Learning from them was a very, very big favor being done unto themselves. He was not just the chief of the city center at that time, but his pioneering work in rheumatic heart disease, in hemodynamic monitoring, in myocarditis, and in electrophysiology also paved the way for these subspecialties in the Department of Cardiology to come up. He is one of the initial DM cardiologists from this center and also from India. He is credited with the first live pacemaker implantation that we just heard earlier Dr. Balram Bhargava talk to us about. His work and the bundle of his electrocardiography in the country, along with that of Dr. Sujabi Roy, was something that went on to give innumerable hemodynamic publications to AIIMS. So we have a small video recording from him. I would request Dr. Ambuj to come and take up on the dais the medal for Dr. Bhatia. I think he's there. You're there. You'll take it up for him. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. That's his son. Thank you.
It's a privilege that I have that at this age I've been able to sort of greet you on this Foundation Day. God bless all of you. It has been a wonderful journey for all those who have been associated with the Cardiothoracic Centre, will be associated with it, and will continue to be associated with it. Because what you have done for cardiovascular medicine in the country is unique. It is you can't do it at all anywhere else except in India, and with the dedication and service that you have put in for all these things. I think I have had the privilege of having this association with the department for a long, long period of time. It has been a wonderful journey for all of us. I'm sure it has been a wonderful journey for all of you also. God bless all of you, and it give me great pleasure to give you my good wishes for this day and also my blessings for the future. I hope those who come in the future and join the department, are members of the department, will continue the trends that have been set by all of us. God bless all of you. God bless all of you, wherever you are. Keep the flag flying. Keep the flag flying. We are really, really wonderful to have had a possibility of talking to you and to say hello. It's a privilege that I have that at this age I've been able to sort of greet you on this Foundation Day. God bless all of you. It has been a wonderful journey for all those who have been.
Let's go on to the next one. Our next recipient is none other than Professor S.C. Manchanda, sir. As I said before, a man with peace, yoga, meditation, and preventive cardiology in his heart. Dr. S.C. Manchanda needs a big round of applause for all the hard work that he's done. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you, sir. A man of few words again, and a man who not just joined as a DM cardiology here, but went on to be the HOD and worked like a doyen in the cath lab on electrophysiology. Currently working as a chairperson in PSRI Hospital, the former director PGIMER Chandigarh, and the former chairman of the Medical Council of India, Dr. K.K. Talwar, is our next recipient. Sir is as lithe and as swift as he was when we met him 25 years back. A man who's given so much, and a very humble man, a man who does more and says less. So can I request you to say a word before you take your seat? Can I request you to say a few words to the audience?
Esteemed Professor P.N. Tandon, Professor Bhargava, Professor Manchanda, and Professor Bhatia, I think we had the fortune to see him. Many of my senior colleagues, my colleagues, I think first I salute all the founders of this particular institution. I think we know what the center has done, and I think what we all wish that it should do in future. I joined from PGI in 1980. I do want to share, when I went to Professor Bhatia's office after joining, the first thing he told me, look, Dr. Talwar, you have to choose a section. In cardiology, there are so many things. You choose an area which you have to more concentrate. And I think that's why I think, because of my little in PGI about the electrophysiology, so I chose the PE device. So I think that was the focus, that each one should concentrate on some areas that we can excel. And I think that was probably the vision of those times. And I think that gave a lot of, and I must say the CN Center was not only physically one, there was I can't forget the way Professor P.N. Tandon, Professor Banerjee, there always warm affection. There were encouragement words. I just can't just think of, I joined as a small faculty when I was walking to the morning 8 o'clock session. Professor Bhargava, of course, was Professor P.N. Tandon, because my E-block, I used to sort of, he will be also, then I was always scared. He was so senior and so, but he will always so warm, will try to talk to me on medicine always. Sir, no way I can, sir, we can forget those days that we were mentored. And I think the another strength of this institute is, for the clinical area, is our residents and senior residents. We get the cream. I think faculty may be getting the credit, but the credit really is with them. They are the ones who really work hard, and that's a strength to these institutions. So I really feel that I think I again play my salute to the founders, and I think the best tribute that we can do to them to follow their path. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Talwar. Our next recipient is Professor S.N. Reddy. Dr. Reddy, a person who was a junior resident in AIIMS, has an affiliation of being the HOD of cardiology from AIIMS, went on to the public health sector and became the president of the Public Health Foundation of India, something in preventive cardiology that he shared in common with Dr. Manchanda. Not just cardiology, but epidemiology. As a researcher, as an orator, as a teacher, Dr. S.N. Reddy stands tall. Unfortunately, we don't have him here, but having received the Padma Bhushan in 2005 and numerous other awards, it'll be a privilege to listen to him and his words of wisdom to each one of us from this small video commentary here. Can we have?
It is wonderful to be joining you, even though it's virtually, on such a happy occasion when the Cardiothoracic and Neurosciences Centre of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences is celebrating its foundation day. I was there doing my cardiology DM in 1978 when the center was founded. Having initially started my life in the cardiology department of All India Institute in 1974 as a house physician, then my MD medicine there, but all through the connection to cardiology remained. I'm sorry I'm unable to join you today because my services have been asked for in the G20 meeting on health in Goa and I will be on a flight as this meeting is being organized. However, I am very much with you in spirit in celebrating this great institution and this center in particular. I have great memories of Professor Sujay B. Roy and Professor M.L. Bhatia, Professor Gopinath, Professor Venugopal, Professor P.N. Tandon, and Professor Banerjee, and all of whom contributed in a great measure to making this a center of great excellence and renown. Indeed, it is a monument of excellence in patient care, in education and training, and in research, and without parallel in this country or possibly in many parts of Asia as well. So wish you all the very best, and I'm delighted that there is such a gathering in celebrating the center which has built many careers, including mine. Thank you very much. It is wonderful.
Thank you, Dr. Reddy. We would be giving away the medal on your behalf and sending it to you soon. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Someone who built on from the preventive cardiology to the cath lab, and that's Professor V.K. Behel, our interventional cardiologist, who again is not able to join us today, but a former head of cardiology, went on to become the chief of the center, Dean Academics, AIIMS, from 2018 to 2020, past president of the Cardiological Society of India, and one of the major founders of India Live, which is a very, very important association for young stalwart cardiologists to learn on interventional cardiology. We would be giving away the medal to Dr. Behel at a later stage. I request someone to take it from Dr. Srinivas as well as Dr. Behel. Thank you so much. Thank you. Madam Anita Saxena, I think everyone in the house knows her as the next best dean that we saw, the chief of the center that we saw, a lady always in the cath lab, a lady always at ICMR with her rheumatic heart disease projects, and a doyen in pediatric cardiology as a student from Dr. Savitri Srivastava and Dr. Rajan Tandon. Her work on rheumatic heart disease made her not just a very eminent professor in AIIMS, but also a visiting professor in the University of Manitoba in Canada, and her pioneering work in RHD in the rheumatic heart diseases brought about many chapters in books and many numerous publications. She leaves behind a wonderful pediatric cardiology department and deserves a big round of applause as a very brazen lady who did good administration all throughout. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Ma'am, please say a few words.
Good afternoon, everyone. This is a very special day because I have all my seniors, my role models sitting right here. So I bow to all of them because whatever I am today, it's all because of them. And it's also a great day because I see a lot of my colleagues, a lot of my juniors sitting here. So I think I would like to congratulate Dr. Bhargava and Dr. Padma for having this day and having all of us here. I can only say that I may not have contributed much to the institute, but what I am today, it's because of this institute. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. You made and paved the way for a pediatric cardiology department with two very good friends of yours, besides Dr. Savitri Srivastava, Dr. S.S. Kothari. Professor Kothari, who followed Madam, is the former head department of cardiology and is also the chief of the center. He worked tirelessly and was always available at all times, even in our ORs. And pulmonary hypertension, pediatric cardiology, going on to be the editor of the Indian Heart Journal and starting the Annals of Pediatric Cardiology, which still rests at AIIMS today, is some contribution that Dr. Kothari gave in plenty. We want a round of applause for the man who was always in shadows but did good work. Thank you, Dr. Kothari. Your few words to the audience, sir.
I'm blessed to have teachers like I had, colleagues like you, co-workers that we have here, patients that we get here, and the students that we have here. I don't think I would have asked of my destiny more than this. Perhaps I would not have been contented with less than this. To me, CN Center and AIIMS are not a place in geography. I don't think these are the buildings or the centers. They represent the spirit and the culture that we have got accustomed to. And I think unless we save those, on Foundation Day, I really feel, I'm sorry, time is less, but I would still like to say it again, that unless we value those things which, with the spirit of the center, the spirit of AIIMS, the patient-centered clinical care, teaching-centered academics, our half-life could be curtailed. Just remember, Dr. Venugopal came at 7:30. OT started at 8 a.m. Dr. Talwar went last at night, and he was there and every other casualty. Dr. Kaul used to take lunch in Holter Lab to cut short. And Dr. Manchanda never missed a Saturday. So unless we remember those things and we continue and carry on that in letter and spirit, and that I hope and pray that we will do. I just rest my case with saying that I hope and I pray that the CN Center becomes a place where mind is held, where head is held high and mind is without fear, where the knowledge is free, where the word is not broken down into narrow domestic walls, where the tireless striving ever stretches its arm towards perfection, where the mind is led by thee into ever-widening circles of thought and action. Let my country, let my AIIMS, let my CN Center be always stay. Thank you very much.
That's a true professor from AIIMS with all harmony of spiritualism and truism in him. Thank you, sir. We go on to two luminaries who contributed in spite of their busy schedule wherever they were. I have the proud privilege of having my teacher from Maulana Azad and GB Pant, Professor M. Khalilullah, come up, a man who was one of the first few DM cardiologists from AIIMS. He passed away from AIIMS in 1969, went on to become the department head of cardiology and the director of GB Pant Hospital in a span in which GB Pant, a small hospital, came to be known as Dr. Khalilullah's hospital. And electrophysiology with interventional cardiology was his forte. Along with being a Padma Bhushan and a BC Roy awardee, Sir still runs a very, very active center where I too think it right to send many of the patients whom I know living around his center. And it's a proud privilege that we will be able to hear from him, because much as though he was a part of AIIMS and he worked outside, his spirit is an Amazonian spirit. I felt it. Thank you, sir.
First of all, let me thank the director of the institute and chief of CN Center to invite me to this glorious function. My respectful regards to Professor P. N. Tandon, Professor Bhargava, Dr. S. C. Manchanda, and senior faculty from the Neurosciences Centre, my colleagues and friends, and some of my students who are here. It's a great privilege to be here today. It is like homecoming to me. I joined AIIMS in 1966 at DM Cardiology, third batch. First batch were Dr. M.L. Bhatia, Dr. Kuleria, then came Dr. M.B. Gupta and Dr. Sneh Gadok. Third batch was me and Dr. Vasir. I spent 4 glorious years in this department, and I had the privilege of developing the first external cardiac pacemaker in the country when I was still doing my DM cardiology. The kind of support I had from the training and the critical approach which I had from Dr. Roy, something I can never forget. He is my role model. In fact, what he has taught me has become the asset of my life. On this, which I built up the entire career, went to GB Pant Hospital, where I rose from the ad hoc lecturer to the director, professor of cardiology, and finally became director of the hospital, and changed the whole practice of cardiology in this country. Bring interventional cardiology, electrophysiology was my passion, and today the whole practice of cardiology has changed. I would suggest that the glory of Dr. Roy should be continued, and let me correct one historical mistake, if Dr. Bhargava can permit me. The first pacemaker was not implanted by Dr. Bhatia, it was implanted by Dr. Roy. It was one pediatrician who came from Jorhat, Chinmay Gupta, with complete heart block, and that time Dr. Gopinath was suffering from jaundice. So his two MCS residents, Dr. Khanna and Dr. K.S. Dave, joined to do the surgical part of the implantation, and the venous section was done by Dr. Khanna, and the pacemaker lead was introduced by Dr. Roy. and the tying of the lead and the implantation of pacemaker was done by Dr. Khanna and Dr. Rai, Dr. Khanna and Dr. K.S. Dave. So the first pacemaker implantation was Dr. Roy and now Dr. Bhatia. I thought it's injustice to his memory. I would suggest that his legacy, which has been going on through us, through our students and generation of students, would continue for long. And I think in memory of Dr. Roy, whatever he says, I don't think he's only cardiologist and a good teacher. He was a professor of cardiology. He's a professor of cardiology. His contribution to the field, this country, is enormous. I don't think another Sujay Roy would be ever born in this country. Thank you.
Every speaker speaks of Dr. Sujay B. Roy. We have the last of his students here with us, Dr. Upinder Kaul. And Dr. Upinder Kaul joined here as a faculty in AIIMS. And Dr. Kaul went on to be the professor till 1996, affiliated with AIIMS for a very small period of just 14 years, but left an impact of being a very active coronary interventional cardiologist that AIIMS had produced. And that went on to become the basis of what we do so effortlessly in the cath lab today, the PCIs. A Padma Shri, a BC Roy, as well as a ICMR awardee with numerous other awards. Sir is the past president also of the Cardiological Society of India. And whether he is in AIIMS or a Batra hospital or a Fortis does not matter, because the name Dr. Kaul stands for successful coronary interventions. Can we have you speaking to us for encouragement?
Well, it's a very nostalgic moment for me, standing here in front of all my gurus and some students and friends. I remember those, I joined in 81, not in 83, I think it was a mistake. And those 15 years, I can never forget. That was the best years I spent in any institution. I came from G.V. Pant Hospital, and the response I got when I came here was not good. I was, looked at as an outsider, especially by my good friend now, Dr. M.L. Bhatia. He said that, go and see Mr. Khurana, his secretary. He will show you around. Okay. Anyway, but I did some things, and he was very proud of my association, and later told me also that I, misunderstood you. You're such a hard-working person. I used to be the first person to come to the All India Institute in the morning. I remember the place where I used to park the car because there was no other car just next to the auditorium. And the last person to go because our OPDs used to be in the evening and go at about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock. And what I learned from here, I'm carrying to all the places. Do ethical medicine, teach my students to do ethical medicine. And also, I have finally, very few people will do that. I'm in Batra Hospital for a few days, but rest of the time I spent in my place of birth in village Pulwama, where I have set up a center in the name of my grandfather, Prasad Ju Khan Heart Center. And all the ethical medicine has gone there, and my last wish is to convert the perception of Pulwama into the best research center of Jammu and Kashmir. So that's what my aim is, and all that, what I have learned is from all of you, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, and I can never forget the association. Thank you very much.
Since we are running short of time, we'll have a change of some scenario. I'd request my colleague, Dr. Ashish Suri, to take over for neurosurgery. Okay, we have one more. We have one more loving memory medal. We've forgotten a very important medal, and he cannot be forgotten. Dr. Rajneesh Juneja, who passed away while working, joined as a faculty in 1995, affiliated with AIIMS for 28 years. In his loving memory, we wish to give this medal away from the hands of our director as well as Dr. Bhargava. Because his commendable work in cardiac electrophysiology with pediatric cardiology department along with Dr. Anita Saxena and Kothari, in fact, we in OR and ICU used to always look forward to one of the three coming inside whenever we were doing a complex echo. And Dr. Juneja would come and draw and explain to us what the complex anatomy was. So may his soul live in peace, and may he continue to bless this department of pediatric cardiology from the heavens above. May we remember and cherish how he taught. Even at I saw him teaching one of his colleagues in a conference where we were to take a train, and he was teaching him even at the railway platform. So that's Dr. Juneja's wife, and he leaves behind 2 children. May we all stand up in the honor of Dr. Rajneesh Juneja. Please come back, ma'am. Ma'am. She too runs an NGO. She's done wonderfully well. And a person who dies in service, looking after the sick babies, is a person to whom we all pray that may his children be blessed with the best. Thank you. I request Dr. Ashish Suri to take over for neurosurgery.
We'll have a small switch here, and because Dr. Tandon has to leave, we'll just interchange neurology with neurosurgery. And just come here. I request Professor Kale, HOD Neurosurgery, to come on the stage, please. Can we have the slides? Our first founder and head and chief of neurosciences, Dr. P. N. Tandon. I've spoken a lot about him, and we've already discussed. He has given a speech. Can we? Clear? Clear. Professor Banerjee, founder of Department of Neurosurgery in AIIMS in 1965, along with Professor Tandon, joined as assistant professor, then professor and head, and then the second chief of Neurosciences Centre, and also now the emeritus professor of neurosurgery, AIIMS. Pioneered in microneurosurgery training in India, his dream of a global neurosurgery training lab is now the world-famous NET simulation lab, with now virtual reality, artificial intelligence-based evaluation. Very dynamic, very witty, and we rightfully call him the lion of neurosurgery. Yeah, Dr. Banerjee had to leave, so we will. I'll take it from you. That's the biggest honor. We come to the next, Dr. Professor Ravi Bhatia, an Amazonian, joined as an MBBS student, onward to become a faculty of neurosurgery, the professor and third head of department of neurosurgery. A very polished gentleman and master skilled neurosurgeon, Professor Ravi Bhatia.
Good afternoon. I was hoping that I wouldn't be called to give a lecture, but I thought I'd do so anyway. It's been a marvelous occasion, and I congratulate the organizers who put up this huge thing. Thank you so much, and God bless you all.
Professor V.S. Mehta, a neurosurgery alumnus, professor, then head of neurosurgery, chief of Neurosciences Centre, highly skilled microneurosurgeon, pioneered in vascular microneurosurgery, brainstem and pituitary surgery, brachial plexus surgery, and peripheral nerve repair. I learned a lot of surgical techniques from him. I'm a copy his techniques till now. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Bhargava, Dr. Manchanda, Dr. Bhargava, Dr. Padma, Dr. Srivastava. Well, it's a great occasion to celebrate the Foundation Day of the CN Centre. In fact, this gives an occasion to remind the younger generation that how difficult was to develop such a center. And as we have heard about Dr. Tandon and Dr. Banerjee and Dr. Gopinath, Dr. Sneh Bhargava, all have contributed to a great extent. I would only say here that Dr. Tandon was not only instrumental in development of neurosciences in the AIIMS, but as a whole country, I think he was always eager to develop the neurosciences in the whole country. Of course, I had my full training under Dr. Tandon and Dr. Banerjee. So what I learned from them was, as far as surgery goes, the precision was by Dr. Tandon and the aggressiveness by Dr. Banerjee. And combination of both makes you a successful neurosurgeon. So I am all today is credit goes to my teachers, Dr. Tandon and Dr. Banerjee, and of course Dr. Ravi Bhatia has been my great teacher, and he has guided me from time to time and corrected me my mistakes from time to time. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Professor A.K. Mahapatra, General Surgery and Neurosurgery alumnus, pioneer in pediatric neurosurgery. He was the Dean Research at AIIMS as well, and our faculty, our head of department, and the Chief of Center. The ex-director of SGPGI Lucknow, and also the founder director of AIIMS Bhubaneswar. Sir is a master researcher. My first paper was written under with sir in 1996. And he actually taught me how to do the research methodologies, how to write a project, how to get the grants. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Sir,
Jai Jagannath. I am from the land of Jagannath. I get greetings of Lord Jagannath to all of you and hope he bless you with a long, healthy, prosper and happy life. We cannot survive without Lord Jagannath. Jagat Natha, the master of the universe. I thank All India Institute and all the people sitting in the dais, all my teachers, and the entire beautiful campus where I spent more than 43 years. When I went back, I could not believe that I have to leave Delhi after 43 years, 42 and a half years. But the AIIMS was meant for developing other institute. I think Madam Bhargava had gone to Sanjay Gandhi. I went to Sanjay Gandhi. The second phase was not commencing. If you look at the document, blueprint of Sanjay Gandhi, in 20 years' time, first phase, second phase, third phase would have completed. When I went after 20 years, first stage was not complete. Thousands of crores were not spent. People are skeptical, scared that they will be caught in vigilance inquiry and all this. But that's a myth. These institutes should not give academician, good administrator, good manager, motivator, create another institute. I can proudly say that I contributed significantly in Sanjay Gandhi. I developed AIIMS Bhubaneswar, which is ranked 12 to 15 in the country. Now I am in a university where my hospital has about 2,000 beds. We operate 3 neurosurgical centers with 7 faculty, and we operate more than 2,000 operations. When I went there are 500 operations. The question is not how much you write, how much you operate, how many patients you do. You develop centers of excellence which is the first and aim and objective that AIIMS should go to other places of country, not remaining in Delhi. Because we have now 23 AIIMS, but they are half built, half made, no faculty, no mentor, nobody talks about AIIMS. As if AIIMS has become a political agenda rather than a center of excellence. That should not be AIIMS. Today I will tell the government, don't make AIIMS. There is no point of making handicapped babies. There are enough handicapped babies in this country, 2.5 million or so. So make good institute, small, good mentoring institute, which can other people can look at and develop as a role model. Thank you very much, madam, and all the people here. I done my best to provide health care to grassroots level. Even I take health camp in my villages. So let us hope that we go to grassroots level, go to our own states, develop centers, develop excellence, develop rapport, and make the people happy. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So please take a seat. Professor B.S. Sharma joined as Professor of Neurosurgery and served as the head of the department. A very skillful, masterly skillful surgeon. Adopted, and he learned at even 5 years before his retirement that he need to have an endoscopic surgical skills. So he trained into endoscopy and developed and pioneered a minimally invasive endoscopic cranial and spinal neurosurgery. Most important, actually, he was a breath of fresh air. Having trained by Dr. Tandon, Dr. Banerjee, Dr. Mehta, Dr. Mahapatra, then you realize that there's a breath of fresh air coming. And then you realize what's the change? The change is, I realized that you have to invest on your health. You have to invest on your family along with your strenuous works. So that is the reason that I'm in the gym at 6 o'clock in the morning. Thank you, sir. Some words, sir.
Teachers, colleagues and friends, it's my proud privilege to be part of this gathering. Because I joined AIIMS in 2000 as a professor. I was trained in PGI Chandigarh, and I easily got along in the department, and the working and the culture was so nice that I had no problem in adjusting. And this is, I consider, as best department, and this is the best center. I wish all the success for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We come on to our eminent senior alumni, and Professor Basant Kumar Mishra, B.K. Mishra, proudly known as. He was trained here as an alumnus of neurosurgery, and then he was served as a professor of Sri Chitra Trivandrum, and he's now one of the top neurosurgeons in the country in Mumbai. Highly skilled microneurosurgeon. I've learned a lot from him. Pioneered radiosurgery in India. He was the secretary and the vice president of the World Federation of Neurosurgical Societies, and the president and the first Asian to be that, and the president of the WFNS Foundation. Dr. Mishra is here. Okay. So we'll take it on absentia.
You can't take again.
No. Can I request one of my faculty there? Yeah, Dr. Ojha is there. Yeah. I request Dr. Ojha. He is the head of department of neurosurgery at KGMU. He was also trained with us, my colleague, to take it on his behalf. Our senior alumnus, Professor Raj Kumar, eminent senior alumnus, specialized in pediatric neurosurgery, faculty and now head of department of the SGPGI Lucknow. He was the founder director of AIIMS Rishikesh and served as the vice chancellor of Saifi University. Sir, please. Sir. Sir, please take a seat here. One of our Dr. Dhirendra Prasad, an Amazonian MBBS student onwards. He was finished his MCH neurosurgery, went to the US. He's one of the doyens of radiosurgery from India, and he's presently the chairman of one of the busiest cancer centers in the US. He actually deserves this medal because he has actually developed over the last 25 years to develop our Gamma Knife Center at AIIMS. And this is a small message from him.
Good morning. A very warm hello to you from what is still a very cold Buffalo, New York. Congratulations on the occasion of the Founders' Day of Cardiac Neurosciences Centre. To all the dignitaries assembled, to all my teachers who are in the room, I wish I could have been there with you, but you have always been a part of who I am, and I hope that I am still a part of your thoughts. This is an exceptionally special moment. Everything important in my life has happened right here at the Jawaharlal Nehru Auditorium, and this moment is no exception. I wish I could have heard all of you in person, shaken your hands and sought your blessings, but please remember that our careers are today because of your hard work. And Wilder Penfield wrote his autobiography entitled it No Man Alone. Professor Tandon, Professor Banerjee, Professor Mehta, Professor Bhatia, Professor Mahapatra. I could not have done any of this alone. You were an integral part. All the advice, all the teaching, all the beating has paid off. When I talk to my students and residents, the little voice in my head that reminds me what to do is yours. So whether or not you wanted to live in my head for the rest of my life, you succeeded. For the current leadership in the Department of Neurosurgery, Professor Suri, Professor Kale, Professor Manmohan Singh, and all the faculty that I've had the chance to interact with on several occasions, you are carrying on an amazing tradition and have achieved even newer heights. I have watched closely, in particular, the Gamma Knife program at All India Institute through all its stages, from the very first Gamma Knife to most recently when I came by and helped you with the implementation of the Gamma Knife icon. It is amazing what you have achieved, the patients you have helped, and the young and extremely engaged group of clinicians that is now performing radiosurgery at All India Institute. I work at one of the busiest Gamma Knife centers, treating about 750 to 800 patients every year. And everything that we do today embodies the same principles, patient-centered, hard work that we were taught, that I was taught when I was at All India Institute of Medical Sciences. I would like to congratulate the current leadership of the Cardiothoracic Neurosciences Centre, Professor Balram Bhargava, Professor M.V. Padma Srivastava, and Director Srinivas for this occasion, for the laying of the founder's stone. And the next time I am at the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, it would be a pleasure to visit with all of you in person. Once again, I wish you the very best. I thank you for this immense honor of being included in this moment. And on behalf of all my other colleagues from AIIMS who are
Thank you so much,
practicing here with me in Buffalo, New York, I wish to send you the warmest of greetings. Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. His
And
brother,
until next time.
Mr. Vikas, has taken the middle. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. In late remembrance and loving memories are three alumni. Late Professor Brahm Prakash, the first MCH neurosurgery student from AIIMS, and we've already heard about him. A fantastic microneurosurgeon that many have learned from. Was faculty at AIIMS New Delhi 1971 to 1979, and then founded the Department of Neurosurgery at GB Pant Hospital, and was faculty and then led head of neurosurgery, and then the director of GB Pant Hospital, a highly skilled neurosurgeon. We have his son here, Mithul Prakash, to receive the medallion. Mithul is here. No problem. So we'll have his medallion delivered to him. Okay. Late Professor B.S. Das, the second MCH neurosurgery student from AIIMS, New Delhi. headed the neurosurgery and was a faculty at NIMHANS and then headed the NIMHANS Bangalore. Pioneered surgery for the craniovertebral junction. And we, who will take, you will take it for that? Okay. Someone there. Dr. Mapata can deliver him back. Yeah. Okay. Late Professor Sanjeev Bhatia, he was an Imsonian, the AIIMS student onwards and did his MCH neurosurgery. He was actually the first 6-year MCH neurosurgery, was actually a faculty at AIIMS New Delhi, headed the pediatric, then moved to US and headed the pediatric neurosurgery division at the University of Miami. We have his brother, Sudeep. Yeah, Sudeep Bhatia, to take. Dr. Kali. We now come to the CTVS, I think. Yeah. इसको change कर दो.
While we are waiting for the slides to come up, it's Department of Cardiothoracic Surgery. If the neurosurgeons were doing so much, with so many of them, this Center of Cardiac Sciences, and I stand corrected by everyone around, we were working for so many patients with such few surgeons, such few cardiac anesthesiologists, and such few other affiliated branches, and yet the work output, whether it is the newly formed Department of Cardiobiochemistry, whether it is the Stem Cell Center, which is jointly run by the Cardiac Neuro Center and ably managed by faculty today, but the cardiac surgeons did it big and great. You heard about Dr. Gopinath, and you heard about how Professor Gopinath worked hand in glove with the neurosurgeons to bring about a lot of laurel into the beginning of one of the first few early centers of cardiac surgery in the country. But since Dr. Gopinath is not here with us, and we pray for his soul to keep blessing us, we begin with the first legend who's living and unfortunately unable to join us today. I would want to talk a bit about Professor P. Venugopal, a man who ran the center as an iron hand, and I'm sure many of the cardiac people and the neuro people who worked with him, like myself, he was like a walnut, strict outside and soft inside, and a man of visionary, a man whom pigs could fly. If that was the dictum, he would make it happen. He was that kind of a person who would make sure that things happen. And whether it was his way of politics, with the people of making work out, whether it was with the way of cajoling every one of us to do the work at odd hours, he brought about laurels to the center. The HOD who took over from Dr. Gopinath was the creator of cardiac surgery in its present format, and we all say we are all cloned by the great Dr. Venugopal. The former director AIIMS, who went on not just to be the director but also was the chief and the HOD all at the same time, was the first cardiac transplant surgeon from North India. Also performed the first successful, besides the cardiac surgery, he performed more than 25,000 open heart surgeries in his period and trained more than 100 CTVS surgeons. And if there are many surgeons here, I see Dr. Iyer, I see Dr. Bhan, Dr. Rajesh Sharma, each with the glory, I think we all owe it to Dr. P. Venugopal. So on his behalf, I request Dr. Devaguru is here. I request Dr. Shiv Chaudhary is there before. I didn't see you, sir. So good to see you here. I was going to call you to be the person giving away also. I would want Dr. Shiv Chaudhary to tell you more about Dr. Venugopal.
Just a minor correction first. He was not the first cardiac transplant surgeon from North India. He was the first cardiac transplant surgeon of India. And I would say a few things about him. He established a work culture where coming at 7:30 would appear that we are late, and going back at 10 o'clock would make you feel guilty that you are going little early. That was his work culture, and I think most of the things what we achieved was because of his discipline and work culture. Thank you.
Dr. Kameshwar Prasad is the next person, and I would want Dr. Padma to talk about Dr. Kameshwar Prasad. Since sir has to leave, we will request Dr. Kameshwar Prasad to be here on the dais with us. Sir, please join us.
Sir, Professor Prasad sir's thing would be up, but I'm telling you that he's been my teacher. And he was the head of department and the chief of the center, and now he's directing the institute, another major institute in Ranchi. And there are a lot of firsts that he has done, and he continues to, in fact, lead the world. And he's a member of the World Health Organization Strategic and Technical Group. It's just been, 2022, he's been nominated. So there are numerous accolades, including the National Award of Padma Shri. It's a pleasure to have you with us, sir. And I'm very sorry that you have to leave. And
First of all, I bow to my seniors who have actually contributed to my development. All those who are present on the dais, off the dais. I have a slightly different perspective about what AIIMS is, because having gone out of AIIMS, now I realize what AIIMS is. And the crown jewel of AIIMS is Cardiothoracic and Neurosciences Centre. That is without any doubt. And what AIIMS gives and gave us is whatever is life meant for. One disciple of Shankaracharya, I asked him, you go frequently to Shankaracharya ji, Sringeri Shankaracharya. Did you ever ask him, how can we see God? He said, yes. And he said, remember one word, Daridra Narayan. You in AIIMS, by serving poor people, all of us serve or give service to God. Please remember that this is not possible in any other institution in the country. Second, by serving God, by serving in AIIMS, we are not only serving God, we are doing nation building, service to the nation. Any committee or any delegation comes from any part of the world, Government of India will send, if there is a medical aspect to it, to All India Institute of Medical Sciences. What All India Institute does is the reflection with which, under which glory the whole of India shines. So service to the nation. We and our actually predecessors have set an example which people want to emulate. And that is why so many AIIMS are being created. But believe me, there can be no replication of AIIMS New Delhi. And lastly, it is service to science and humanity. If there is any institution in this country which carries out good research, contributing to science which may serve humanity, it is only All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, with all its branches, undergraduate, postgraduate, under one roof, which doesn't exist anywhere in the whole of India. I am 100% sure about this. And lastly, I must say, having gone outside of AIIMS, that the degree of purity with which we serve the nation and serve God, is nowhere to be seen in any part of this country. Believe me, it will not happen other than in All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. Thank you very much.
Going back to cardiac surgery department, it's a proud privilege now to invite the person who took over from Dr. P. Venugopal, Professor Sampath, a man who taught us and is the true professor which AIIMS could have ever produced. A man who joined as a senior resident in 1973. Professor A. Sampath Kumar was a faculty from the period of 1976 to 2008. He was affiliated for 35 years with AIIMS, with a big name in ROS 1, ROS 2, mitral valve surgery and all valve repairs. We had Carpentier here to teach so many people, and he stands tall even today, doing his surgeries, and is an editor-in-chief, formerly of IJCTVS and today of the Annals of Cardiac Surgery, Asian Annals of Cardiac Surgery. I would want to say that if echo was brought into our center and we all learned echocardiography, then the first man to buy the machines for us, cardiac anesthesiologists, teach us, and he would humorously teach us inside the theaters, and a man with music. There was no OT where Sir Dr. Sampath Kumar was. He was there to introduce harmonious, good music, the Himalayan chants in his OT. A big round of applause to Dr. Sampath Kumar, the true professor of cardiac surgery. So we would want you to speak in your eloquent voice.
First of all, I would like to offer my profound gratitude to Balram, Bhargava and Padma for including and inviting me to this Founders' Day celebration. I am what I am today because of Professor Gopinath, and without him I would not be here. And I offer my profound gratitude to him in his peace. Professor Sneh Bhargava, Professor P.N. Thandan have been pillars of support while I worked in this institute. Although they were not in the same department, I could approach them for any problems and any solutions that I needed in my work. I worked 40 years and I retired in 2009, and I have great love for this institution. I think we are all passers-by. We come and we go, but the institution and the department will prevail. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sampath. Always inspiring to listen to you. We have with us the next legend of cardiac surgery. Absolutely meticulous, absolutely timely, a man who could multitask, and that's rare for most men, but he could multitask, sitting in 5 offices all in 5 hours, and yet doing his 2 surgeries and going back to the dean office. Learning so much from him all throughout, I began my career in his OT, and that's Professor Balram Iron for us. Joining as a senior resident in 1973, a faculty from 1976 till date when he retired, as the chief of the center, as well as the dean of AIIMS, as well as being very, very good in the OR for not just tetralogy of Fallot and truncus and all complex congenitals, but his CABGs would come from far and wide, and we would all joke with us if we wanted a CABG, who would do it. So Dr. Balram Iron deserves the best, and we would want to listen to him. Please, sir, honored to have you here. Sir, here. So your words.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Professor Balram, Bhargava, and Professor Padma for the kind invitation. Today, with so many teachers around and my senior colleagues who have taught me and my colleagues from whom also I learned, I feel like that I joined my MBBS back in 1970 today because I learned so much. The first glimpse of the center I had was in 1976 when I was the house surgeon, and Professor Gopinath, Professor Venugopal, Professor I.M. Rao, they were discussing an outline of the center in the duty room in C7 ward. And from that time onwards, I think I decided to be a cardiac surgeon. Regarding the dedication, no parallel to Professor Gopinath. He used to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning. After the morning course, when the center was being planned, besides the infrastructure, he was thinking of the various disposable items which will be required. And what I learned from him, he used to pen down in his own hand all the details, including how many brooms will be required in the center. So that was the dedication, that was thinking. Well, I am happy that I was a part of this whole program, as part of the center, and I contributed a little bit whatever I could while my stay in the center. Though I retired more than 5 years back, but still my heart always remains here. Thank you very much. Thank you.
We come to neurology. Back again. Yes, ma'am. Can we have the slides? I would like to invite Professor Bihari. Yeah. Madam has associated with AIIMS for the last 39 years, alumnus, faculty, then head, chair of neurology for more than a decade, accredited with many firsts, like Professor Padma already mentioned, established the entire vertical of movement disorders in AIIMS and in the country. Thank you, fam.
Respected teachers and my colleagues, it is a very proud moment for all of us to be here because we are celebrating the Founders' Day of CN Center. I must thank Dr. Balram, Bhargava, and Dr. Padma, and also like to congratulate them for celebrating this day. I don't have much to say, but I want to say that I have learnt a lot from my teachers, there's no doubt. I had to carry the legacy of my head of the departments and teachers, Dr. Virmala Virvani, Professor Maheshwari, and Professor G.K. Ahuja. And that was a very daunting task, which I thought I could do with some effort from all and support from my colleagues. My main achievements are my students who are doing so well, and my most cherished and treasured achievement is my student who's the head of and the chief of Neurosciences Centre. On a lighter note, I would like to say, rather I would like to quote a Hindi filmy song, Jag Dhundya Thare Jaisa Na Koi. My teachers, I've never found anybody like you. Thank you.
Come on the next neurology from neurology, Professor M. Gauri Devi, eminent senior alumnus from medicine and neurology of AIIMS, first DM student of neurology at AIIMS, faculty, professor, director, and the vice chancellor of NIMHANS Bangalore, one of the tallest ladies in neurology, not only in India but also in the world, and has global acclaim. She is not here, she is absent, and I would request Dr. Mamta Singh, she's also a tall lady from Neurology AIIMS. On her behalf, you can take it. We already heard about Dr. Ahuja, joined as faculty in neurology at AIIMS, and this has been, since I joined 3 decades ago, this has been the same words, one of the most loved and revered leaders in neurology in India and abroad. Since he's also absent, I request Dr. Illa to take it on his behalf. We'll be sending these medals to them. Professor R.M. Dhamija, eminent senior alumnus. He actually joined us from the armed forces, and he's a very illustrious neurologist. Sir is here in person. Posthumous. So a few words.
Friends, I joined AIIMS in 1983 after about 15 years of service in the army, did my DM here and went back to the army and did the work what I learned all these years from the AIIMS. And till now I am working as a practicing neurologist, and I am very grateful to the AIIMS for what I have learned in these 2 years. I am really very happy that this CN Center inauguration has been done today. My all best wishes to everyone. Thank you.
Professor D.C. Jain, and our eminent senior alumnus from AIIMS, served as the professor and head of neurology at the VMMC and Safdarjung Hospital. Also served as a special director for Ministry of Health. Sir is here in person. Thank you, sir. Yes, sir, please, sir.
When I received the telephone call from Dr. Padma that CN Center's Foundation Day is going to be celebrated, I felt that I have been invited just to see how the center has grown and to enjoy the function. But here, after coming, I realized that it's a great day. When I see Dr. Bhargava, I recall that one of patient whose X-rays were shown, and I presented that this is Mr. and Dr. Bhargava pointed out that this X-ray belongs to a woman. So that was the clinic, that was your radiological skill which impressed me. And I remember that what a excellence you had. Second person is Dr. Manchanda. Dr. Manchanda was cardiologist here, but he impressed me that he joined a center at Adhyatm Sadhana Center at Chhatrapur, and he started that how the lifestyle modification can bring out changes and can prevent the coronary artery disease and also lifestyle related diseases. This was a great moment for me, that what a person of cardiology is advocating how to prevent these diseases. This inculcated in my mind that we can eradicate the diseases from the India, both communicable as well as non-communicable diseases. The communicable disease, COVID-19, has taught us the great 3 lessons: face mask, hand wash, and social distancing. These are the cardinal principles how we can prevent these communicable diseases. The 4 principles which can prevent the non-communicable diseases is: one is reduce the consumption of tobacco. Second is increase the physical activity. And third is dietary modification towards the plant-based food. And fourth is alcohol and non-addictive diseases. These are the four principles which have been advocated, and now there is a awareness that whole of the world is following, now has introduced one concept, one health approach, one world, one health. That is how we can prevent the diseases in the human beings as well as animals. I feel that the doctors are not only the doctors, but they are great humanitarian values carriers, and they can inculcate an environment in the country and in the world that the health of the individual is not only for the individual, but for the whole, all living beings. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Professor Amitabh Verma, sir, eminent senior alumnus and then faculty at AIIMS Neurology, one of the brightest stars in clinical neurology, sir. Sir.
Well, good afternoon. I'm sure people must be a little hungry. I must say that my teachers are here, colleagues are here, and my students are also here. Important thing is, as Dr. Tandon said, it's not the what I got from the institute, which I have continued to get. I must tell you, I started learning neurology not only here, but after leaving institute. That's the continuation. That's the seed which has been sown in me. I would love to say one thing. My teacher, my mentor was Professor Virmani. She was the greatest human being I ever saw. I must always remember her. She was into meditation and into cognition, and which I continue forward now. I started a contemplative neurology in Indian Academy of Neurology also. I spent 1 year teaching neurology with Maharshi in his university in Holland, where you would be surprised, I was teaching neurology to MBA students also, telling them how the meditation can change the brain structures. Well, interesting point which I'd like to tell you, which probably you may not know. I was living in the RP Center hostel, room number 222. Just behind that, the foundation stone was laid of this institution. I was at that particular time also. And this stone should have been there. We saw all the things. But then, important thing to remember here is, this institution will remain forever in the history. Always, and is always growing with the passage of time. And it is giving a new information to society every time. New aura has been created about it, but we would like to only thank this institution because I've learned everything from here. Thank you very much.
Dr. Satish Jain. Full screen. Yeah. Professor Satish Jain, eminent senior faculty member and then professor of AIIMS Neurology, very loved and revered. My teacher and even my thesis co-guide when I was a MCH resident. One of the tallest figures of epilepsy movement in the country. Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. My teachers, director, and students. Just a few small anecdotes. I first came to the institute as an undergraduate student for a workshop in 1974 on integrated education. Where the center is, there used to be a cricket pitch where all the students would play games. When I joined as resident, I went looking for that cricket pitch. It was no longer there and the center was coming up there. So that's part of the history. Second, my wife was admitted in March and Padma came to see her in the old private ward. And she said, why don't you go for a walk in the evening? RP Center is decorated, it's beautiful. So we went and the lights were on for the RP Center Foundation Day. So I just took some pictures and sent to our group and said, why can't our center have a Foundation Day? And I think that the discussion was already there, but it started off and we collected all this data and all that, and now we are here. Third, when I joined senior residency, Dr. Ahuja asked me definition of epilepsy. And I couldn't define what is epilepsy. So from there in 1982 to being a task force of the classification task force for the ILAE for epilepsy and task force for various definitions, being a part of that in 2017 to 2022, this is what AIIMS taught me, and this is what all of us can learn from this prestigious institute and these centers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat, sir. And most importantly, in loving memory of the great doyen and late Prof. M.C. Maheshwari, joined as faculty in neurology at AIIMS, then professor, and he was the head of department for nearly 2 decades, and then the chief of Neurosciences Centre and the dean AIIMS, and the recipient of the Padma Shri Award. He was also my teacher and a big figure. I request Professor Srivastava to come and take the honors. Sir shall be remembered forever. Thank you very much. Yeah. Can we have the, thank you. We have a few left now, don't worry. Lunch is there. And it was Dr. Tandon's teaching that पहले पेट की आग ज्वाला जगाइए, उसके बाद ही मिलेगा खाना.
Moving on to the smallest department besides cardiac biochemistry and the stem cell, and yet does the tallest work. It's the Department of Cardiac Anesthesia and Critical Care, from where I come from, formed as early as 1978, but shifted here in the building in 1988. We had Dr. V.A. Punnus, who was the first co-founder of the Department of Cardiac Anesthesia. The protocols, the charts, whatever we see today, our Department of Cardiac Anesthesia formed by Dr. Punnus. We call it Punnus protocols. The anesthesiology, the modern anesthesia charts and protocols done. He was honored by the Lifetime Achievement Award by AIICTA, and we have 2 very famous orations in the name of V.A. Punnus in the national bodies. After V.A. Punnus, we had our next dear departed soul, Dr. Neeta Saxena, who left us 2 years back, who brought about the change of starting and initiating. The MCH in cardiac surgery existed long back, but it was only in 2002 that with the Herculean efforts of Dr. Neeta Saxena as well as Dr. Shailaja Kalia that we had the DM cardiac anesthesia and critical care program start. We were just a handful of 5 faculties. Faculties were coming and going, but it was only in the year 2002 when Dr. Neeta Saxena got the interviews done that we became 10 in number. And surprising to say, we stand only at 8 today. But in came Dr. Shailaja Kale. She is not with us here today, but I would want to say a few words about these 3 gurus of ours. The 4th is about to come and join you on the stage. But it was Dr. Shailaja Kale, and I have a message from her that if it was not for AIIMS, which she left in the year 2005, she said she wouldn't have been an anesthetist for more than 10 years. So she post-graduated from AIIMS. She was a big fan of the main department of anesthesia of AIIMS. Dr. Kaul and she were contemporaries, but Madam left for Muscat and Madam stands tall today in Nagpur, practicing healthcare and anesthesia in suburban Nagpur. This is her message. I wish good luck to all. I have had an excellent career in life, thanks to everyone, and it's good to see the conglomeration of great alumni experts in their fields and feel honored to have worked with all of them. I want to thank all my seniors as well as juniors who taught me so much about cardiac anesthesia. So those were our three. I request Dr. Minati Chaudhary to come and take a medal on behalf of Dr. Shailaja Kale, which we'll be sending to her in Nagpur soon. Dr. Minati is a professor with us in cardiac anesthesia. No. Can I request Dr. Neeti Makhija to come and join us for the next medal? Neeti is our senior most. Dr. Chauhan unfortunately could not come, but I want Neeti to give away the medal to our last medal ceremony for cardiac anesthesia. This goes to Professor Usha Kiran, the last of the four gurus we worked with and who laid the foundation of a strong department. We joined, the three of us, Neeti, myself and Minati, with three senior ladies, Dr. Neeta Saxena, Dr. Shailaja Kale and Dr. Usha Kiran as our seniors, guiding us at every step in the doorstep. We were to run hands in glove with the surgeons who were so many, and the work was far, far too many. But it was ma'am who laid the foundation of Raj Yoga meditation as well as pre and post-op stress therapy for most of our patients who benefited immensely from it. She is very close to the Brahmkumari Association, has made us all reach there somewhere to lead a harmonious, stress-free life. Thank you so much, ma'am. Ma'am, don't go away without your words of wisdom to us. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
You don't mind if I talk in Hindi?
Yes.
To address everything.
It could be okay.
नमस्कार, ओम शांति। आज बहुत हर्ष का दिन है कि इतना सुंदर प्रोग्राम हमारे डायरेक्टर साहब ने, डॉक्टर बलराम, भार्गव, डॉक्टर पद्मा एंड एवरीबॉडी, इट्स बेसिकली एवरीबॉडीज एफर्ट कि this program has been organized. Lot of greetings from my heart to everybody. I can see all very senior dignitaries and everybody who has been helping me for a life. So मुझे बहुत खुशी है and I'm giving you hearty greetings. First of all, जब मैं यहाँ पे आई तो I saw Dr. Khalilullah. So if you remember, sir, I was in GB Pant Hospital, मैं senior resident थी and he used to work in cath lab till 9:30 in the evening. और बोलते थे लास्ट में उषा के लिए एम्बुलेंस भेज देना भी, आई वॉज यंग एट दैट टाइम, प्लीज इसका ख्याल रखना, एंड ही इनकरेज मी टू जॉइन इन एम्स. सो आई एम रियली थैंकफुल टू डॉक्टर खलीलुल्लाह एंड डॉक्टर अनीता सक्सेना. शी ऑल्सो, व्हेन आई गॉट इट ओवर हेयर तो आई वॉज कन्फ्यूज वेदर टू कम टू एम्स और नॉट. क्यों? बिकॉज पीपल यूज टू से वहाँ बहुत स्ट्रेस है.
For cardiac anesthesia.
And that is also cardiac anesthesia. So Dr. Anita encouraged me कि कोई stress नहीं, आप आ जाओ, because you have been spiritually handling situation. So fortunately I came, joined CN Center, and you all know that Dr. Professor Venugopal onwards, and Dr. Wazir, I would like to say, Dr. Wazir was the one who was in holistic cardiology. So he also encouraged me, gave me a room, make it a meditation room. So from that day onwards, we started, and stress relieving was one of my speciality, because I was associated with Brahma Kumaris, and with the help of Neurology Center, Dr. Madhuri Bihari, Dr. Venugopal, Dr. Balram, with everybody helping us, we had a project from DST. We had a project from the AIIMS also. The meditation center was there, जहाँ पे patients को we used to give holistic health care. Cardiology patient, neurology patient, epilepsy patients, headache patients, all used to be referred. And not only that, our staff, our sisters, our ANS, DNS sisters, they used to call. Even Dr. Madhuri used to call senior resident, please go and get your stress relieved. So I am always very thankful to now Dr. Balram Bhargava also, that he is continuing the same meditation room in City 5, and I'm sure with the kind of G20 come up with C20, I was in last meeting, usme integrated holistic health has been added onto it. So I'm sure this will go on with the blessing of our director, and it will be definitely needed for everyone to be stress-free. And I'm very thankful to the institute to encourage me from that day onwards, from 1990s. Thank you so much. Thank you. Om Shanti. I'm very thankful.
Our youngest colleague who left us for his heavenly abode last year, we all still see a smiling Vishwas in the corridors of our ICU as well as our OTs. We remember his words, his ways of having a cup of tea at the end of the day. And I'm sure each one of us who worked in the Cardiac Center would know this loving man, not just as a family man and a social man who got all of us together, but a big doyen who did very good in the echo, especially strain and speckle tracking, and taught many of the residents in DM the ways of discipline inside an OT and how you should be both with the Department of Anesthesia as well as with the surgeons. We miss him. In his loving memory, can I request Dr. Neeti Makhija to take a medal? We'll send it to Dr. Shivani, his wife. Neeti? No, Shivani, I think, has not been able to make it, so Neeti can take it. May his soul rest in peace, and may we have more Vishwases in the Center of Cardiac Anesthesia at AIIMS. We move on to neuroanesthesia and critical care, and over to Dr. Suri for the same.
I request Professor Arvind Chaturvedi, Head of Department of Neuroanesthesia, to come upstairs. Professor S.S. Saini, he was an Amsonian, AIIMS, from MBBS from AIIMS, founder, head, and the first professor of neuroanesthesia in India. Pioneered glycerol rhizotomy for trigeminal neuralgia. Sir is not keeping well, so I'll just...
Dear Professor Arvind, heartiest congratulations on the auspicious day to celebrate the first Neuroanesthesia Foundation Day. I saw a dream during 70s which is being fulfilled today by all our dedicated neuroanesthesia team. I will always be indebted to neurosurgical faculty headed by Professor P.N. Tandon and Professor N. Gopinath, Chief of CT Center, without whose help at different government levels we have been able to achieve what we are today. I will always remember the positive contribution of Professor Dash, Pramod, and all neuroanesthesia team. This dream which I saw is the symbol of sincerity and dedication by all. I will fail in my duty if I do not acknowledge this sacrifice of Mrs. Deepika Saini, my wife, who encouraged me during ups and downs during this project. May God bless neuroanesthesia team and more success to go further till what I have seen have achieved.
Thank you. Dr. Gyanendra from Neuroanesthesia Department will take on his behalf. Thank you. Professor H.H. Dash, Professor and Head of Neurosurgery, Neuroanesthesia Department, and the Chief of Neurosciences Centre. a father figure of neuroanesthesia in the country, widely acknowledged for neuroanesthesia academics, and recipient of the prestigious ISNAC Teachers Award and the founder president of ISNAC. And I've been with him in the neurosurgery ORs, and he's one of the safest anesthetists that can, in any position, in neuroanesthesia, we give positions, except for Shirshasana, we can do it in any, they can intubate in any position. Thank you, sir. Sir, a few words.
Good afternoon, respected teachers. I am very thankful to my teachers, Professor Gode, Professor Punush, Dr. Kaul, and of course, no doubt, Professor S.S. Saini. And my sincere gratitude to Professor A.K. Banerjee, because he was the person who used to motivate me constantly to start the DM course in neuroanesthesia, as well as to form the society in a all India level. Thank you very much, sir. And I think, again, my sincere thanks goes to Dr. Bhargava and Dr. Padma for giving us a chance to rewind our memories. Thank you very much.
Professor, come on next. Professor Pramod Vittal, most loved and revered teacher of neuroanesthesia in the country, founder of, secretary and past president of ISNAC. He's the cool man, actually. He never seen him lose his temper. Very competent and pioneer in intraoperative neuromonitoring. Thank you, sir.
First of all, I must thank Dr. Padma, Dr. Balram, and our director and other dignity who really thought of celebrating this Foundation Day. When I came here, I joined the center. I was really encouraged by Professor P.N. Tandon, Professor Banerjee, and Dr. Ravi Bhatia to achieve more and more and never rest until you achieve your best. And I'm also thankful to Dr. Saini, who always made the atmosphere in the operation theater stress-free. And he will always make joke whenever there was stress so that everybody would laugh and stress will disappear. And I'm thankful to Dr. Dash for introducing me to research. Because of him, I could achieve so much in the academics. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Please have a seat. Well, in sweet memories, this is my beloved friend, actually, Vivek Mohanty. He was a faculty of neuroanesthesia as a resident. He was resident with me and a faculty with me when I was in neurosurgery. Highly skilled, and he pioneered the fiber optic intubation. We actually learned the subclavian line and the jugular line, and we have to have a competition. When the trauma center was here, and on the brain dead patients, we used to do it for the orbo, and we used to compete with each other who will do it fast. And we still remember him. And his wife is Upasna. Madam, please.
Thank you, Ashish. We move on to the last department for cardiac sciences. But before I say this, I would like to thank the Department of Cardiac Pathology, Dr. Rumare especially, the Department of Cardiac Biochemistry, Dr. Lakshmi, and Stem Cell, Dr. Sujata Mohanty, for all their pioneering work. Since you're all living, you don't need to be a legend yet. We move on to a very strong lady, as strong as Dr. Sneh Bhargav, Madam Meera Rajani. The more I say for her, and I just recently met her last 4 years back in a family function, and I was surprised to see how well she's taking care of herself. Ma'am joined as a senior resident, again a hardcore Amazonian in 1968, retired from AIIMS in 2001 as the HOD of cardiac radiology, has many firsts as the head of the department, of cardiac radiology, and till date, from 2002 till now, she is the Professor Emeritus for Cardiac Radiology. And that's a very big honor for a lady. Ma'am, thank you so much. A big round of applause for her. She started for the first time vascular angiography and radiology in 1968, started bronchography procedures, fellowship in cardiac radiology she received from New Zealand, and she was also the lifetime achiever for the IIIA. And I would want Madam, before all of you, to say a few words, and thanks to Priya for joining us.
Thank you. Director, I'm so happy that Balram, Bhargava and Padma had decided to do this function, and they have taken really efforts. Now, Professor Bhargava, Dr. Manchanda, Dr. P.N. has left. I must give first credit to my boss, Professor Bhargava, who wanted me to learn the cardiac radiology. Otherwise, I had no idea what I'm doing that. So we started with first thing the vascular work, and this was the first time that radiologist doing the vascular angio. Before that, thoracic surgeon used to come and help us for the puncture of the artery. It was not only that, we had only no catheters. We were getting the rolls in the form of green roll, gray roll and black roll. So with that, only we were decided, red was for the children and green was for the adults and the gray was for the very thick people. We used to make the catheters one day before, first shape them, cut them, make the holes, and then shape them, and with the split roll, and then guide wires. We had very few guide wires. We used to make them as a guide wires in the way they were having something, we had to stretch the guide wire, then send for the sterilization. And next day we will do the one vascular work. After that, Dr. Nandi started the, especially for the bleeding. Half of the night, Dr. Bhargava's phone will come and do the vascular work. Okay, then with the Cardiac Association, I had from the very beginning, I used to be in the all cases there inside. Dr. Sujabi Rai made me to come at 7 o'clock for the conference. As they were coming as a 5 o'clock, we were coming at the 7 o'clock as a radiologist. After that, we had a full-fledged department. Even now we have a DM, and so much of the intervention, mainly which was done by the Sanjeev Sharma initially, now Priya and the whole department is doing. I'm really thankful and grateful to Dr. Bhargava. She made me the first cardiac radiologist in India. Thank you. Please come.
Our next person is a very dynamic man, recently retired Dr. Sanjeev Sharma, the former professor and head from the Department of Cardiac Radiology, with many firsts to his name again, but I would like to remember him as the man who did the smoothest of all SPCs. I've not seen someone do it so well as him. He would do his homework much before you, and he would ask everyone, what do you think is your opinion? And then scold the right people. So that's what he is, and that's what we learn as juniors from him. Thank you, Dr. Sharma, for all your contributions. And I would want you to say something to the juniors and to the seniors.
Well, we are very far away from lunch, but you're very close to it. It's really been very nostalgic today here, reliving the last many decades in very few moments in a fast forward, in the presence of my role models, my colleagues, some of my students. It's been wonderful. Talking of role models, actually, I miss the physical presence of Professor Venugopal today. A man of very striking contrasts, actually, and nobody can tell this better than I can, because I probably was at the forefront of it for many decades. It's not very well known, but his leadership skills were amazing. A man who would look as if he is lost in trivia, or why this door is there, why this door is open, why this door is not closed, what is this space for? But he never lost sight of the vision. He was the man who taught me that integrating technology into the delivery of healthcare is the way forward. And it is his vision today that this Department of Cardiovascular Radiology and Endovascular Interventions is the leader in endovascular as well as cardiovascular imaging, not only in India, but in South and Southeast Asia. Just one small anecdote, actually, at the cost of keeping you away from lunch. Shiv mentioned a short while ago about his 7:30 being too late. Well, that is true. Actually, you know, I will tell you, I joined in 1986 as a lecturer at that time, and just barely a couple of months into my joining was the monsoon season. And it poured, and every Saturday we would have an angio meeting at 7:30 with CTVS. And Dr. Venugopal will arrive at 7:25, and after 7:30, nobody enters the room. The room is not locked, but those who come, they wait outside. And in the order of their coming, and everybody waits. That was the discipline which he had. And on that fateful day, it rained very badly, and I can't tell you how I drove, but I managed to reach at 7:25, and I was there. I was watching my watch, and 7:29, 7:30, Dr. Venugopal doesn't come. I thought I had done it, Eureka. I was before him. Exactly at 7:30, he walked in, and the first thing he says is, "You thought I would not come? Let's start." And 1.5 hours we did the meeting between the two of us. I showed all the angiograms, he saw all the angiograms. And when we finished at 9 o'clock, the whole department was outside waiting, but they didn't go away. That was the discipline that he had. And that's what I learned from this institute. I don't know what I gave to this institute, but I am what I am because of this institute. Thank you so much to the All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And I must congratulate Professor Srivastava, the director, Professor Balram Bhargava, and Professor Padma for making this happen today. Thank you so much.
We'll come on to the neuroimaging and intervention radiology department. Dr. Sneh Anand has been a legend. She started the neuroradiology at AIIMS, ex-director of AIIMS, Padma Shri Awardee. When I was telling Dr. Tandon was asking me, and then I said, Dr. Sneh Anand, he said, "You don't know she'd also started cardiac radiology." So I said, "Sir, I'm sorry. I was not probably born at that time." Right, ma'am. Thank you very much. Dr. Sailesh Gaikwad is not with us. Dr. Ajay Garg will do the felicitations along with Dr. Padma. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, would like to speak a few words? I'll be just a mic.
It's all right. Thank you. At the outset, I must thank Dr. Balram Bhargava, Dr. Padma, and the director for giving me this opportunity to address generation after generation that I would have guided. I joined AIIMS in 1960 and retired in 1990. 60 years just flashed through my mind when I enter this auditorium and sit on the podium, because thoughts that are too deep to be expressed but too joyful to be suppressed. So I enjoyed the Department of Radiology when we had only 2 instruments, one standard X-ray machine and an Odelka camera for miniature X-rays. And when I left AIIMS, we had already embarked on subspecialization, cardiac, neuro, ortho, pediatrics, oncology. So I was very satisfied at the way the department grew. the difference between me calling myself a cardiac radiologist or a neuroradiologist, I was a general radiologist and sat in the middle with one resident on this side, one resident on that side, and dictate reports. Reports were in longhand. We had no typist. And we would leave the department when the last film was reported upon. So that is how the Department of Radiology started. I happened to have the opportunity to serve then, after 24 years of service, as the director. And as the director, my field was wider, and the neuro and cardiac centers would not have developed if Dr. P.N. Tandon and Dr. Gopinath had not worked with the Ministry of Economic Affairs. As a, what should I say, a gossip all around, it was, before partition, you went from pillar to post if you wanted anything in South Block, where the finance ministry was located. And now, after independence, it was you went from Pillay to Pillay if you wanted anything. And the other slang that was used was that Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, the Prime Minister at that time, had meningitis. So South Block was either Pillay to Pillay or Menon to Menon. And that Dr. Gopinath had his connections with his hard work and with the South Block full of Pillay to Pillay. We were able to get a Swedish International Development Agency, that is SIDA, grant. There were 13 applications for this SIDA grant. Dr. Gopinath had some project running with help from the Economic Affairs Ministry, and he told Dr. Tandon that why don't we tap the Economic Affairs Ministry so to get funds for raising these centers. And at that time, I was going from Pillay to Pillay, not knowing them, but asking for money for a CT scanner, which I happened to see at the US when it was inaugurated by Dr. Hounsfield, the founder of CT. No, we did not have enough money in the Ministry of Health. You all know that the health budget is only 0.9% of GDP. So health was never a priority with the Ministry of Health. It was Economic Affairs, and the 13 projects for this SIDA grant. Dr. Gopinath and Dr. Tandon worked out a protocol for the ministry to apply for this grant. And fortunately for us, the Economic Affairs Ministry selected the AIIMS project submitted by Dr. Gopinath and Dr. Tandon for the SIDA grant. And that SIDA grant then enabled us to buy a CT scanner, the first CT scanner that came into India, not only India, Southeast Asia. And they had money now to plan for the cardiac and neurosciences centers, they were working very hard. So that is the beginning of the neurosciences centers, because of the hard work put in by these two professors at that time, selfless work, and me as a general radiologist had the responsibility now to train staff who would contribute to cardiac, neuro, and all the other specialties that were coming up very rapidly. Dr. Vig, who was the professor of medicine and the second director, when the budget was being distributed or asked for, he said he only wanted an apparatus which could create pneumothorax. That was all his technological requirement. And the rest of the budget could go to cardiology, which Dr. Sujay Roy was so pleased, and they set up the cardiac lab in the nurses' hostel. The main hospital came in 1965, 1965, whereas the institute started in 1956. So the budget all went to cardiology, and cardiology lab was started. In 65, when Dr. Tandon joined, we had no equipment to match the skills that the surgeons had. And they could not use their skills unless we provided the images on which they could operate. So it was a joint venture by which we started having classes in the morning, 8 o'clock sharp, 8 to 9, interaction with neurologists and neurosurgeons, and in the afternoons, cardiologists. And Dr. Gopinath had, that is with reference to neurology and neuroradiology being developed from then onwards. With reference to cardiology and cardiac surgery, Dr. Gopinath had a project with the government of New Zealand, and they had sent one of their representatives to India who worked in the Department of Cardiology, and they then offered that we had got a grant from Rockefeller when we shifted to the new building, hospital made in 65. But Rockefeller did not consult us as to what we wanted, what was our requirement. They gave us an image intensifier with no cine camera, no viewing facilities. So we were doing these surgeries were being done, but the cine angiography we had to develop mechanically because we did not have a processing unit that came with the image intensifier. And we were developing yards and yards of cine film manually. When I asked Dr. Gopinath, can we train someone in radiology? And this professor who came from New Zealand said, I'll send you a cardiac radiologist. And he sent Dr. Peter Bryant to us as a cardiac radiologist. When Peter Bryant saw the work that we were putting out with no equipment, to supplement everything, he said, I will train one of your staff for cardiac radiology. And therefore, Meera Rajani, who just now spoke, I decided that she could be spent. She was getting on well with the cardiologist, and it seemed to be the best thing to do to send her to New Zealand. So we packed Meera off to New Zealand and Gulatia off to Stockholm to set the foundation of cardiac radiology and neuroradiology. This is the history behind this, and when the centers were developed, that is when centers were developed in 1986, when I was director. So I had the opportunity to be closely associated with both the centers, and I'm proud that I spent 30 years at AIIMS, and now we have students who are all over the globe. 10% of doctors in the US are Indians, and of those 10%, the bulk would have been trained by us. This has been our contribution, and this all happened because of teamwork. No egos. Whenever we wanted to do something, we would sit together across the table, decide, provide a solution. Every problem has a solution, and spot solutions were arrived at with mutual consent. And today, the Institute is known for what I don't have to tell you, perhaps one of the best institutions in the whole of Southeast Asia. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for the inspiring words. Come on the next, Professor R.K. Gulatia, and madam has already talked about his training at Stockholm and then starting the neuroradiology. He was the first head of department of neuroradiology and pioneered neuroimaging in the country. Sir is not here, and Dr. Charan will take it on his behalf and send it to him. Thank you, Vita. Next is Professor N.K. Mishra, my teacher, first professor and then head of the neuroradiology department and the chief of Neurosciences Centre. Pioneered in neurointervention. Sir, please. A great teacher, polished gentleman, and actually I learned how to talk to a patient when I was sitting in his office. And you actually can learn anatomy. Those are the times when 3D angiograms were not available. And as a resident, you could go to his room. And the problem was he used to make you sit for a couple of hours, and their other works used to suffer. But still, that now I can understand that learning never ends. And those diagrams, the 3D diagrams of those aneurysms actually helped me later. Professor N.K. Mishra, sir. Sir, few words?
Well, if you so wish.
Few words.
He has cautioned me, just few words. There's a whole history to go by. My respects to all my teachers, especially Professor Bhargava, because I was nowhere close to taking radiology. I was first in waiting in surgery in this institute in 1975. Because Professor Atam Prakash had his own candidates. But in the bargain, I realized he did a very good turn. I have enjoyed, and I'm still enjoying radiology. Because I was primarily a student of physics, enjoyed physics. And let me tell you, Professor Richard Ernst, who is a Nobel laureate in chemistry, came here sometime, I think 2005 or 6, to our institute. You know what he said? Physics is a language designed by man to understand nature. The ultimate creation of nature is life, and the best model is a human. If you understand the depth of these few words, you understand what a privilege we all enjoy by being born as humans. We can transcend time with our mind, no less. And I can tell you, radiology is at the core of it. Because radiation goes where nobody goes. It is still a problem that what the radiation image shows, we don't have the intellect to interpret. We all have become experts because we wield a weapon of our own kind, and we give a lot of credit to ourselves. But what I've learned here in this institute is the number of patients who honor us by coming and educating us. I used to tell my students, have your eyes and ears open. This patient will teach you. And I used to set up examples how the next patient will teach you. And in bargain, we have the proud privilege of having many firsts in world literature produced from this institute, from our department, simply because of the honor done to us by our patients. They are always, when a patient goes to a doctor, he is frank, he is sincere, and he is truthful. When truth is spoken, that is heaven. You must have the intellect to understand. And these days, in this chaos, very people have that time to think. Anyway, this institution is very, very special. I don't belong to this land, and I now believe, on reflection, that I was pulled here to do a job. And I believe I have contributed to the best of my ability. In terms of, for example, a department by the name of neuroradiology came to be in this country for the first time in 1986, thanks to Madam, thanks to the center. There was no chair of neuroradiology till that time. And subsequent years, the experience here, again because of the large variety of patients, which widened our vision into the ability to look at what they are saying and try and document it, we have gained worldwide recognition. In fact, some of my colleagues, as you might come to know, when they have gone abroad, I have got messages from heads of the departments where they have worked that your fellow is better than my faculty. What better pride there could be for a head of department here? And this is because of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences and especially the Neurosciences Centre. It's very sad that we are constrained today for space and funds, even today. Once Professor Kakkad, who was the director of this institute, he asked me in his office, what do you see as the future of neuroradiology? I said, neuroradiology is actually 6 disciplines. I can explain. And one man cannot do neuroradiology, all of neuroradiology. Another aspect also in national context, this department was instrumental in creating two societies, academic, scientific society, the Indian Society of Neuroradiology and the Indian Society of Interventional Radiology. And I urge all of you to consider that there should be a separate discipline of interventional neuroradiology, because now I find the work I started with trepidation in 1978. Mind you, first intervention in neuro was done in 1978, right here, a scalp malformation being treated. First spinal angiography also was done in 1978. Never done in this country before. And we have done procedures like adrenal venography. You would have hardly heard anywhere. It is there in history books of radiology. But we have done it here. This is thanks to the commitment of the entire staff, students, especially students, because I know what I believe. God gifts us by giving us a child. How? This child will see this world with a new brain and a new vision, and he'll ask questions. From that, in trying to answer those questions, you'll be the beneficiary. You'll get to know more. Anyway, I think if I go on, it will be too long a story, but it has been a very interesting, very enjoyable stay here, and I wish students coming to the institute continue to enjoy this verb, this emotion and this commitment. Wish this institute the very best, the present incumbents, the executives. They have done a good job by reminding us of this foundation. Perhaps this will rekindle some further energy, and in hoping them for further success, I am sure the way things are progressing, I can only see good things to come in the future, and our own students will perhaps be the pathfinders and the leaders for the future. And all the best to all of you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
So please have a seat, sir. Please have a chair.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. And Professor Mayank Goyal, a senior alumnus, eminent alumnus, an MBBS, Emsonian, MBBS onwards, an ex-faculty at neuroradiology, and now a professor of radiology and clinical neurosciences, University of Calgary. He's a big man now. Leadership in path-breaking trials and acute stroke treatment, established mechanical thrombectomy worldwide. He's in Canada right now, and Professor Leif Joseph will take the honors on his behalf and then send it to him. Photograph, sir. We come on to the Department of Neuropathology and invite Professor M.C. Sharma, the head of neuropathology labs. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. And Professor Chitra Sarkar joined AIIMS as a junior resident in 1978, former dean, head of neuropathology, and also head of Department of Pathology. Currently, the president of AIIMS Kalyani and AIIMS Guwahati, instrumental in actually taking neuropathology to national and international reputation, had a keen interest in ultrastructural pathology of brain tumors. Thank you very much, ma'am. Now a few words.
Good afternoon, and I'm not going to keep you away from your lunch because I'm the last speaker of the day today. First of all, congratulations to Dr. Padma, Dr. Bhargava, and our director, Dr. Srinivas, for organizing this grand event. It's indeed a moment of history for the Neuroscience and the Cardiac Sciences Centre. I would also take this opportunity to thank the father figures who have helped me to come to where I am today, Professor P.N. Tandon, Professor A.K. Banerjee, and late Professor Subimal Roy. Dr. Tandon and Dr. Banerjee were not neurosurgeons. They were holistic neuroscientists, and that is how super specialties like neuropathology could be built and reach the heights which they have today. When I joined, neuropathology was an unheard of specialty as a one-member team with Dr. Subimal Roy, who had just come back from New York, trained under Professor Zimmerman, the very famous neuro-oncologist. From then on till now, we have a state-of-art lab with the help of my colleagues, Dr. M.C. Sharma, Dr. Vaishali Suri, my technical staff, and thanks to all the chiefs of the centers, the heads of the departments of pathology, who have, and all my clinical colleagues who have supported us in building this super specialty to one not only of national recognition, a national reference center, but also of international recognition, especially in the Asian Oceanian region. So thank you all once again for this honor and opportunity. Thank you all.
In the end, we'll, in loving memories of Professor Subimal Roy, we've heard so much about him since the morning, and joined AIIMS as demonstrator in 1959, retired as Professor of Neuropathology and Professor and Head of Pathology. Instrumental in initiating neuropathology at AIIMS and taking it to great heights, is one of the now leading labs in South Asia. His son Abhijit Roy is here to take the honors. Thank you very much.
Thank you all. Before we end, a very special round of applause as well as a few kind words from the director. To say a thank you to 3 to 4 cardiac surgeons who were present with us today and whom we are going to commemorate and celebrate their contributions in our next Foundation Day. And that is Dr. K.S. Iyer with Dr. Parvati Iyer. Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you so much, sir. Your work, our director wants you to come up on the stage. Please come. I think we should all give them a big round of applause because he was the right-hand person with Dr. Babadas as the left to Dr. P. Vinogopal, Madam the in charge of the ICU, and did wonders to the pediatric ICU where the pediatric cardiac surgery patients immediately left. Talking of pediatric cardiac surgeons, Dr. Rajesh Sharma and Dr. Anil Bhan, if they are around. I think both of them were here, they've left. But we are going to celebrate with them next time. And each one of you who has not been called upon today, we are going to felicitate very soon. In our next Foundation Day, our director promised us there will be one every year. He just told us that backstage. Over to Dr. M. Srinivas for a few of his concluding remarks, and then to the 2 center chiefs, then for a photograph for the dignitaries on the diet, and then we go on for lunch. Thank you all, and thanks a lot for coming. We didn't anticipate such a response, but I'm sure it's our center, and we all are proud of it. Thank you all.
Request the Chief of Centers to felicitate Dr. Srinivas.
Neither cardiac nor neuro. So you're both. For us, you're both. Sir, a few words before you go.
miles to go before we sleep. Thank you very much. We will continue the legacy, ma'am.
The national anthem, please, and then we. Thank you. Maybe now we can disperse, and for thank you all for coming, and lunch is awaiting. Thank you very much. Lunch. All your blessings.